Hello, and welcome to the office of Western Union. Today, I would like to welcome you to Inclusion Day 2023, where Western Union has taken the turn from the Moody's, and today we'll be talking about migration. So in this world of instability and where we see wars, I think the example of Ukrainian war has given us an understanding of how the world could be a home. So at home in the world, just like every one of us. So I'd like to welcome those of you who are in person here at the office of Western Union, and also those of you who are watching us from everywhere through Delfi. This year, the person who will be starting the speech of the event is the Chief Operation Officer of Western Union, but it's unfortunate that he can't be with us here. Therefore, I would like you to see his virtual greetings. Please.
Good morning, everyone, and greetings to you all from Denver in the United States. I want to thank you for gathering today at our Western Union Lithuania office. And I want to thank those of you who are actually joining online. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you to this important event where we explore a pretty complex topic of migration. You know, in a world of finance, as it is in life, diversity is our strength. And as a global company that operates in more than 200 countries worldwide, we take pride in our diverse teams. In the corridors of our company, you get to meet people from all over the world. And in Lithuania alone, we have more than 60 nationalities. And I truly believe that it only embraces the richness of the cultures and the perspectives to Western Union as a workplace. Everyone here is contributing their authentic perspectives and their talent to our collective story. You know, together, we work towards the mission of Western Union. We help to fulfill the financial needs of our clients who, just like us, hail from different nationalities and cultural backgrounds. So why are we discussing migration? Because it's not only the future, but it's also the reality of today's world. People have always sought a better life. They move across borders for various reasons, whether it's escaping conflict, providing for their family, or migrating to be with their loved ones. It's simply human nature to aspire for more. And on a really personal note, I too am a migrant. I migrated from Jamaica to the US in pursuit of a better life. This is why I personally understand the importance of creating a sense of home wherever you are. You know, I wish that the slogan of this event, "At home in the world," is not just a catchy phrase. So please let it be our guiding principle, a promise that we make as organizations, employers, employees, and individuals. It is on all of us to create an environment where everyone, no matter where they're from, they feel respected, trusted, and valued. I end by wishing you all a very productive day as you explore this vital topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. It's an amazing opening point to make. At home in the world. I'm Ethiopian here in Vilnius, calling it a home as well. Andrew mentioned three things, at least, why people are moving: for a better life, which today is becoming another substitute for bad migration. But is that so? And reunion, in search of your loved one or meeting your families elsewhere. And then, of course, persecution. So let's keep those three things in mind, and let's welcome our second speaker, Yana Khromiak, Leader of Human Resources, Western Union, Lithuania. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, dear guests. our partners in thought. I'm very happy and proud to welcome you to Western Union office today. And it is an absolute honor to host Inclusion Day this year. At Western Union, our diversity and inclusion strategy is deeply connected to our business purpose. As you heard Andrew speaking, we exist to serve our customers across the world. Our customers are usually people who moved countries, who left their homes in search for better life and better opportunity, better future. And we aim to provide accessible financial services to everyone across the world. We aim to serve those who are underbanked, who are still struggling perhaps to open a bank account in a certain country due to various circumstances. And we interviewed our customers actually around the world, and we asked them, how do they see themselves? How do they define themselves? And guess what? None of them said, yes, I'm an immigrant. No, our customers, they define themselves, about talking about their jobs, about their businesses, about their passions, about their ambitions, about their culture and heritage and values. And that's why I think it's important that we celebrate this diversity of our customers across the world. And I'm very proud, and you heard Andrew mentioning that in Vilnius, our employee base is, we have more than 60 nationalities working here. It's almost 1/3 of our employee population. I believe that, in a way, our organization mirrors our customers across the world. And it's important because then we better understand what our customers are going through. It's easier to understand what it means to live a life of double belonging. So it is no surprise when we jumped at the opportunity to host this event, we chose the topic of migration because it's on top of our minds and hearts every day. So I encourage you to stay open, to stay curious, perhaps challenged at times. And we have a great agenda for you today, so stick around and enjoy this day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liana, for this inspiring word. It's absolutely true. I really have hardship to define myself just as in migrant or refugee, or most of the time I don't even remember mentioning that, because when people ask me, where are you from? I say Ethiopia. And then if I'm out of Vilnius, most of the time, I would say, when they ask me, where are you from? I say, I'm from Vilnius. So coming up, we have our guest, Vice Minister of Economy and Innovation, Ieva Valeškaitė. It's going to be hard, the surnames. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Am I supposed to stand here in this place? Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I want to be close to you, but I want people who are joining us online to hear and see me as well. So first of all, welcome everyone to this wonderful day today, guests and participants. I'm really sad that you are left with me, not with Minister Aušrinė Armonaitė, who is today working to bring much more companies like Western Union is to Lithuania. But in her mind, she's with us today here, and she really sends her best regards to Western Union, the whole team, and of course, everyone who's joining us online. So there's no better place to celebrate this Inclusion Day better as the Western Union, because you, as it was mentioned in all those really great and wonderful speeches, you are a global company, a financial company. For Ministry of Economy is of course important, the field that you are working in, and you are bringing everyone together, not only your customers, but your employees as well. So why are we here today and why we are talking about inclusion is that Lithuania is not only home for more than 60,000 Ukrainians who have fled the war-torn Ukraine, but it is home for over 200,000 people from all the nationalities. Western Union celebrates the diversity of a team, which as was mentioned 2 times, but it's worth mentioning again, from 60 different countries. And Lithuania is home for more than 100 different countries. Today, we are incredibly grateful to welcome everyone and to celebrate the people who call Lithuania their home, and as it was mentioned before, who bring that feeling of home here. According to Invest Lithuania survey, more than 30% of talent that is working right now in Lithuania is working in business service centers, such as your company, but 60% of people, of talented people here in Lithuania work in the game industry. The topic of this year's Inclusion Day is, of course, migration. It was mentioned before, but migration is not only about the freedom of movement, it's about the exchange of ideas, know-how, and cultural experiences, and these are even more important. Migrants bring with them a diverse set of skills, of course. They drive innovation and creativity, and they, of course, foster a vibrant business environment. What we do in the Ministry of Economy and Innovation, of course, we are, how to say, one part of a big puzzle for bringing talent here to Lithuania. And what we are trying to do, we try to develop a comprehensive human talent development policy. This sounds a really bureaucratic stuff to develop some kind of policy, but what we actually do, we promote and accelerate the whole process to bring talented specialists from around the world and ensure them with soft landing to Lithuania and facilitate their social lives here. That is, of course, very, very important because our life consists not only of work, but of all the other areas as well, and these are not less important. So what we do, of course, we facilitate migration of highly talented individuals from biotechnology, engineering, IT, of course, and physical sciences, providing them with financial incentives for relocation and, of course, awarding companies who succeed in employing them. You wouldn't guess, but it's very hard for some of employees to bring and find the right talent and attract it here in Lithuania. So we have developed a specialized information portal Work in Lithuania, and we are currently building a community of employers open to international recruitment. So those of you who haven't visited the Work in Lithuania portal, you are very welcome to do that, and of course share this information with your new colleagues who come from other countries as well. So specialists arriving to Lithuania, they can get all key services related to work, relocation, and integration by visiting one of our one-stop shops. They are named International House Vilnius and International House of Klaipėda, so you can pretty much guess where they are based. So of those of you who haven't used their services, please know that such centers exist, and of course share this information with colleagues. In addition, of course, we are further expanding our connections with Lithuanian professionals abroad who promote our country as a destination. Soon we hope that you will be joined by talented Lithuanians who have who will be bringing the experience that they received abroad here back home. And today's program, of course, has been very carefully calibrated to inspire, educate, and engage. So for this purpose, multiple speakers who will share their personal stories, some of you already did, and shed some light on the transformative power of inclusion will be brought together. So I encourage each and every one of you to actively participate, of course, ask questions, and take the knowledge and inspiration gained here back to your communities. Let us all be catalysts for positive change, fostering environments where diversity is not only passively accepted, but actively embraced. So let's be proactive, and in the spirit of collaboration and innovation, I wish every one of you a productive and eye-opening event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yeva. And I think today Yeva came just to debunk, the things I've been keeping in my head for a long time, that Lithuania doesn't need migrants. I heard that we have a website, which is for migrants. It's not my word, because some, I think, politicians wouldn't like that. I heard something about talent pool, that Lithuania is planning to increase that. About the soft landing, good luck. So I hope today's program actually would do a lot on education, right? Including engagement. So saying that, I would like to introduce you the first real speaker after the welcoming. This person, Dr. Karolis Žibas, I would dare to call him a dear friend, because he has done some things in my life as well in the beginning of my business journey, because I remember you came to the incubation process, the brainstorming session in Alanta, yeah.
Antaliepta, exactly.
Yes. So he came to Antaliepta, and we actually met in Antaliepta. And then afterwards, our journey, it crisscrossed a lot. And I didn't know that he was here from Stockholm for this event. So happy to see him here. So he's an integration officer at the UNHCR in Sweden. He's also a researcher and an academic on migration. He's also the founder of DDG, which is Diversity Development Group in Lithuania. So welcome, and the stage is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me properly? Yeah? All right. So I think I was tasked, and Mission Impossible, by the way, to give you the snapshot of the global migration and displacement picture in 30 minutes. So I have to do that. So that means that you have to expect an incredible amount of data. That means that you shouldn't look at me, you should look at the screens, because otherwise I'm not fully convinced if you will get it, the whole thing. So what I will try to do today is just perhaps to give you a very quick briefing on how the global migration and displacement trends look like today, and of course there are some of the concerns as well. For sure, what we will do is we will talk about three things, yeah, because we talked about the talents, we talked about the words, etc. So mainly, we are talking about three categories of people who are mobile in this world. Yeah, so the first two categories, they are forced migration, and the other one is voluntary migration. And of course, there are very, very different implications on diversity and inclusion policies for these people, especially those who are refugees and displaced people on the one hand, and those who are voluntary migrants on the other hand. That means that, if I'm a migrant worker in Sweden, in advance I know that I will get the job, I will get the roof over my head, and etc., which means that it's totally different to the refugees who usually have 5 minutes or 5 seconds to take the most relevant things and just leave the house, yeah, without any plans where they will be going next, where they will end up in the country without no job, no language, no social networks, etc. So that has huge implications on integration. And if I would ask you, what would be your guess? What is the share of international migrants from the global population? What would you say? 2.7%. Yeah. Any guess? 10? 30? All right, so this is the expert. So he knows because he works in IOM, and this is the data from IOM. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say here that we got a lot of examples from 10%, 30%, and some of the other events, some of the people, they say it's 50% of the world they are moving. No. Migration in this world is an exception. Only 3.5, 3.7% of the population, they move. They live in the other country than they were born. It seems that we talk about it as a phenomenon, but still the vast majority of people, they stay in their home countries, because migration needs resources, finances, social capital, opening the borders, and whatever, name it. So that's actually what we have, but at the same time, what we see is that migration has been increasing, and increasing really, really rapidly every single year. And when I was asked to show the picture of how the global migration systems looks like, people migrating from the one country to another country, and I was thinking, all right, I need to provide kind of the 100 pages report, but I decided to show this picture, which basically tells you the complexity of contemporary migration flows within the context of migration systems. The migration system is basically when Filipinos are moving to the United States, or the Central Eastern European, they're moving to the western part of the Europe, which is another migration system. So we have a lot of those migration systems which are embedded in migration industries, and they are the driving forces of migration, of voluntary migration. And that means that the distribution of migrants across the globe within those migration systems, it's quite even, because people are moving from the global south to the global north and a little bit back. And then, of course, we have remittances, which are accompanying the flow of people moving around the globe. So that's one part, which is not a concern, because migration is a development, it's a remittances, etc. Where is the concern is basically our mandate, because I'm coming from the UN Refugee Agency, so our job is basically to take care of people who are fleeing the war, persecution, and human rights violations. And this is what we have today. We have 110 million of displaced people, and also including refugees. And this number is incredibly high. This is the highest number ever in the human history, even after the Second World War. And if you will see, this data comes from 2023 May. Already now, after a couple of months, we don't have 110, we have 114. So you can imagine in a couple of months, the number of displaced people increased by 4 million. And those people, they are in need of shelter, education, housing, medical supplies, mental health, psychosocial support, etc. So this is actually what is happening now in the world in terms of displacement. And also this is the same that we see that there is a tremendous increase in people who are displaced every single day. So if you look the increase from 2021 to 2022, you will see the increase of 15%, which is around 13.6 million. So if we would ask now the situation also in Gaza and in other situations that I will be talking very soon, the picture is not so bright, unfortunately. So that's why I'm trying to tell you that when we talk about migration or the nexus between migration and development, the remittances, the diversity, inclusion, we also have to understand there is another part of migration, which is forced migration. These people, they never ever wanted to come to your country. They wanted to stay at home, but they couldn't. And that's totally different to those people who really wanted to come here and to work. And sometimes what we do is we are really accepting those who are coming on a voluntary basis, but we don't want to accept those who are coming as a forced migrants. And I think this is one of my messages. So, and the situation has changed a lot during 2 years, especially with the Ukrainian situation response in our countries and the full-scale invasion of Russia in Ukraine, which means that now Ukraine is basically the top 2, top 3 country with the highest number of refugees moving from the country. So you can imagine the extent here. From 2011, when the war started in Syria, that war produced 6.5 million of refugees, while in only a couple of years, almost the same amount of refugees have been produced in the war in Ukraine. So that's what we see. And this is where there is a big difference between the forced migration and the voluntary migration. Because with the voluntary migration, you see that there is a balance and people are moving around the world, etc. Here, you can see that 52% of all the refugees, they're coming only from 3 countries. So usually the refugee situations, they are more regional than the international migration flows. And what that means that 75% of all displaced people and refugees, they are hosted in the middle and low income countries. So this is not the European Union or Europe, which is receiving the biggest share of refugees. Absolutely not, and has never been that case. The other thing which is very important is, for example, if you look at top 5 countries which are hosting refugees, so you will see that it's Iran, Turkey, Germany, Colombia, and Pakistan. So again, the other thing is that we have been talking that it's European countries and in Canada and US which are hosting the refugees, but the situation is very different. And that is totally the same with the Ukrainian situation that I will be talking very soon. The next part, which is I think very important, is that 70% of all displaced and people and refugees, they live in the neighboring countries. Yeah. So again, those situations, they are really local. And if you look at the Ukrainian situation, again, you will see that the majority of refugees there in Poland, in Moldova, and then a bit less basically in the Baltic countries, and even less in the Nordic countries at the first stage of the war and of the situation. Then then you have the other secondary movements evolving, considering their circumstances. And then in some other countries, you can imagine, if you look at the population, it's basically in Aruba, it's 1 out of 6 persons in the country is basically displaced. So if this would be the island of Aruba, so from this group of people, we would have 3-4 persons who are displaced. Yeah. So some of the countries, the concentration of displaced people, it's really, really, really high. But what I also try to say here is that we have been focusing quite a lot on the Ukrainian situation. Yeah, we know that. But let's not forget that we have a lot of different situations today in the world, and it's not just about Burundi or Venezuela or Yemen, but it's also about Sudan. It's about now the humanitarian disaster in Gaza. It's also about the situation in Afghanistan. It's also about the fact that every single day people are drowning in the Mediterranean Sea trying to cross the sea. Yeah, every single day. It's not something which is accomplished fact in 2015-16. It happens literally every single day. And needless to say that we have the pushbacks and the border situation at the Belarus border between Poland, Latvia, and Lithuania, yeah, which is absolutely an uncomfortable topic for us to talk. So in this complex situation, we really need to have this broader perspective and to look what we have actually, what we have around. And that brings me to the question and the concern of the global solidarity, because we know the process of resettlement and relocation. So what we see now as a UN Refugee Agency is more than 90% of global resettlement needs are unmet. Yeah? So only 10% of the need is met. And that in the numbers, if you will see that, if we see that in 2023, there should be the urgent need to relocate 2 million of individuals from the most vulnerable environments, what we had in 2022 is almost 59,000. So this is what we have. So also the second message is that, I mean, yeah, we can talk about the talent attraction, which is really nice and it's must to have. But at the same time, I think we need to also try to think about how private sector can be really helpful by really organizing and helping to these people to really onboard the companies by, upskilling programs and investing not in talent attraction only, but also in the capacities and education of those who are displaced and those who are refugees. And now a little bit about the Ukraine, just a couple of slides. What we have now is, of course, the unprecedented flow of refugees from Ukraine, which is almost 6 million. And of course, there are much more because we are calculating this number according to the applications for the temporary protection, because the whole Ukrainian situation response in Europe is based on the temporary protection directive for the European Union member states. The others, they are basically working on the similar legal instruments. So this is what we have today. I will not go into the details, and I think Eitvydas will talk more about how many are in Lithuania, so I will skip that part. But what I'm trying to say here again, that this again as a refugee situation is also again very regional, because if you'll see the biggest parts where the refugees from Ukraine are placed, those are neighboring countries. Yeah. And this is clearly tells you this is exactly the same what has been prevailing with the Syrian situation, with the Afghan situation, and with the other situations, that people are staying in the neighboring countries because of the fact that they really expect to go back home. Yeah, and again, that's what the notion is, that these people, they never wanted to come to this country because they wanted to stay. Unfortunately, they couldn't. And I think that coming to the argument of integration and inclusion. I mean, you can remember the situation in 2015-16 with the relocation, when Lithuania signed an agreement to relocate 1,000 refugees from a couple of refugee camps across Europe, and we had a political debate what we could do, how we can welcome 1,000 people. We don't have infrastructure, and we don't have knowledge, etc. And suddenly, after 7 years, we made it with the 80,000. We literally made it. And if you'll ask me about, integration policy, that, Lithuania has never developed integration policy, etc., well, there is now. Look back at 2 years, and you will see that this is not about infrastructure. We made it. And it's not about ethnicity and the culture. We just made it. We just took the phone, came back from the leave, canceled leave, did the work, and we are here. So I think this is much more about the commitment rather than talking about the sensitive issues. And I think what we have done, it's really amazing. Now the question is how we will be able to translate the Ukrainian situation response into something systematic for the other refugee and migrant groups. Because following the economical logic of public policy making, when you are investing in the tram system, you want that the tram system would serve for everyone and in the long term. Lithuania invested a lot of financial and human resources into the Ukrainian situation response. So we should follow the same logic. We should really think how this response, the short-term or long-term response, could be systemized and become a part of institutional memory for the municipalities, NGOs, civil society, ministries, etc. And I think we're getting there. And my conclusion out of the Ukrainian situation response that, by the way, guys, integration is not a rocket science. You just made it. Yeah? That has never been the case 10 years ago, what we thought. Yeah? We're very far away from the Nordic model. We're very far away from the German model, but apparently we're not so far. Yeah? Just pick the phone and do the job. However, there are certain issues by trying to translate this into the holistic policy for everyone. And I'm just quoting one of the latest public opinion poll in Lithuania, and I think this is where we need to really nail down the diversity inclusion, is that when the Lithuanian society has been asked to answer the question, would you agree or disagree that Lithuania would accept the following groups of people from non-EU countries? And I just marked in red two really, really outstanding trends here, that the solidarity to receive refugees from, Christian, Catholic countries is, twice bigger than the solidarity to receive refugees from Muslim countries, yeah? So, and this is not the object of the integration policy. This is the object of education. This is the object of diversity. This is basically the object of you being part of the private companies, large corporations, how you will bring the message of diversity and how you will be able to address this solidarity, which perhaps is still a little bit of a selective solidarity. And now the last part, what the private sector can do. And I think this is very important. And I think what the private sector could do is actually, this is what you have been doing so far now, organizing this event. I think this is something as a really good start. But I will just tell you about a couple of inspiring stories now. It's the Global Refugee Forum, which happened a couple of years ago, and the second one is just about to come, so I invite you to all to put the pledges there, is where the private sector pledged 250 million in refugee assistance. Yeah? So from IKEA to Lego Foundation, from Vodafone, etc. And this is not about external development. This is also about the commitment to welcome refugees into the workplaces by really ensuring the upskilling. Yeah. And I mean, we have a lot of examples. Yeah. But I think what the private sector could do is basically to go beyond the mandate of being employer to go and be part of the integration ecosystem by being the integration actor. Because you see that this is what we have to work. The access of refugee population to education is really, really, really limited. Okay, I need to go back somehow. There are a couple of things that you could do. Of course, it's about hiring and training. It's about mentoring. It's about supply chains. It's about the business development, entrepreneurship skills. tailoring the products and etc. And actually, we can share a lot of good practices around the globe, what our also partners they have been doing. And I mean, there are a lot of things, but what I'm trying to say here is that it's not just about, talking about diversity and inclusion in the very generic sense. I would say it's also about more how we can all do the extra mile and really communicate the message to the societies, and not only from usual suspects, not from the only human rights organizations, but also from the private sector about, about the diversity and about these complex migration profiles. And this is what many companies, they have been doing in the world. And we have been cooperating a lot with IKEA, which basically pledged to employ a lot of refugees in their stores. And actually, they pledged to employ 2,500 refugees across 300 IKEA stores in 30 countries. And actually, so far, they created also a really, really nice model. And by the way, this model is applicable for other migrant groups as well. Yeah, it's really, really adaptable. It's really, really flexible. And I think, these are the things that we definitely should do all together. And we have also like our action plans that can really be helpful to onboard the refugees and migrants at the workplace by looking at D&I policies. But for the last part, I have a couple of slides. What I would like just to tell you is that what we really need to do is to look where do we stand in terms of diversity and inclusion policies or integration policies or whatever we name it, because sometimes we are overestimating the definition of integration as a two-way process or inclusion as a two-way process, because the two-way process might happen at a lower ladder, at the very passive ladder of D&I policies, that I will inform you about your rights and you will passively get information and we're done. No, we're not done. This is the first stage of diversity and inclusion. The question is how you will be able to really, really empower people for them to take responsibility and the agency of themselves. And this is about integration and inclusion policies. And that has never been in place in any European country in a very systematic way, yeah? Because we really think that we are here as an integrating institution and somebody is there who should be integrated. It's not about that. It's about basically really, really addressing the asymmetric power relations. And that means that, we can read a lot of reports, but how that thing looks like in practice, it's basically, in a legal framework, you have the equality. That's on the right side. But what you have on the left side, what you have on the right side is basically you are ensuring the equal access to equal opportunities, because it's not enough to have equal opportunities. Equal opportunities is either black or white, yeah? But how you make sure that you will create the equal access to equal opportunities, and this is the whole essence of diversity and inclusion policies. But if you want to go an extra mile, then you do the participation and co-creation. And I think this is where actually we can really create the sense of belonging of people. It's quite difficult. It requires a lot of resources, much more resources than from the very traditional integration and inclusion model. But this is where actually you can really nail it down, the question of the sense of belonging. And as soon as you will do that, I think then the inclusion will become just a very simple, organic part of all your ecosystems. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karolis. It was long, but also short, because there are so many questions, but we don't have the time to answer them, right? But it could be a stepping stone to maybe learn a little bit more about migration. It might sound funny, but the number of people in the world who are displaced or migrants are 3.5 to 3.7%, right? But it seems our policies and politics, 90% migrants, right? Because always an issue, and it comes as a negative connotation to it. The next speaker is going to be Eitvydas Bingelis. He is IOM, the head of International Migration Office here in Vilnius. If Karolis is about making integration smooth for immigrants, I think you are about we can help you go back home, right? You're welcome.
Hello. So, good morning, good day, I don't know. Depends on someone who is watching online, if they will be watching next day or in the morning or night or whatever they are looking at here. So my name is Eitvydas. I'm now head of office of International Organization for Migration here in Vilnius, in Lithuania. And it's an honor for me to be here. It's an honor that Western Union invited us. And I think that also one of the things that was mentioned from the speech in the opening remarks about how diverse this company is. And I think there even is quite a number of clients that you are providing services. It's also probably in some kind of migration process that they are facing. And today, I also had the same challenge as Karolis to present what is the situation about migration in Lithuania in 30 minutes. So the idea was to make some kind of short story, short presentation that we would be able to share. So I will try to see. It will be too late.
I did that mistake.
Okay. So, and the idea is to make 7 snapshots about migration in Lithuania. Why 7? I don't know. Maybe in Lithuania we have quite a lot of fairy tales about the third brother, which is Jonas, the youngest one, which has to climb 7 mountains, swim through 7 rivers, and so on. So maybe sometimes for some of the migrants, this is also the journey that it's a lifetime, life-changing, and it's has a huge impact on their personal life. And what Karolis was mentioning about the different type of migration flows, when there's forced migration and other type of migration, which we are trying to make as a choice, not some kind of push factor. And during this presentation, we will talk about why in Lithuania we have situation of migration, how it is. Maybe you will have also better understanding how it is developing. Maybe you will understand the trends, push, pull factors, what they are about, and so on. So let's jump in. Economic forces. So migration, there's many factors that are making impact on for the people to choose to move or not to move. And still, in most of the cases, when it's a choice, voluntary movement, there's quite a significant portion of this movement is economics. It can be salary, income, economical situation in the country. And also, it's also migration is quite similar to economy itself, because typically in more developed countries, growing the demand, they're growing markets, they need a lot of employees and so on. And there are other countries which are providing supply in the end. And people are choosing to move. When we are talking about Lithuania, there is 3 factors when we are talking about what influencing demand of people to come to Lithuania. One of the things that since of re-establishing of Lithuanian state, quite a number of Lithuanians left the country. And most of the reasons was, in most of the cases, economics. Then Lithuania joined EU, and because one of the European pillars is free movement of the people, a lot of people moved to the countries, and probably there is 0 families in Lithuania which didn't have some kind of experience of their relatives who moved to work in other countries. Another challenge that a lot of people who left, they were working age, they were professionals, they were productive and young people. Another thing that Lithuania is also becoming a typical Western country. We are becoming old. Our birth rate is decreasing. On the other hand, we have growing economy. Lithuanian economy is steadily growing from very beginning of our early re-establishment, and we have only these 2 financial crises which made some small impact on decrease in our GDP. So economy is growing, Ministry of Economy inviting new companies, and we need a workforce on that. So economic growth, also to understand about the movements, it's also it's important to highlight that what Karolis was mentioning also about the refugee movements, there is also quite a similarities between the movements of labor migration. One of the things that, if we further on, when we will see the portrait of migrants in Lithuania, that a lot of countries which are coming, foreigners which are coming to Lithuania country, we have some kind of ties. And there is, just to give an example on the economical perspective, when Lithuania became independent, there was enormous amount of reforms. Lithuania joined the EU. They put a government's framework which became more stable and so on. And if we will compare Lithuania to other post-Soviet countries, Lithuanian economy is booming. And this is one of the reasons why the people who are coming to Lithuania are coming from certain backgrounds. Second point, about the politics of migration. Politics is always a very sensitive topic when we are talking about migration, even though how Karolis was presenting about 3% of global population which is on the move. Talking about Lithuania, in most of the cases, I would say immigration became very recently the topic in our politics. In the very beginning, from 1990s, Lithuania, most of the cases was facing issue of emigration, and only now, last few years, we have a huge shift. And so from this perspective, I would say there are two pillars which Lithuania migration politics are standing on, is about return of Lithuanians, because there is a number of Lithuanians who left, and how we are encouraging, how it's very popular to talk about that. And also limiting immigration on the basis of labor market. And still on the basis of labor market, making the labor tests if people who are coming to Lithuania, they want to, if they're not replacing maybe some kind of positions that Lithuanians can fulfill in the labor market. So, recent developments. And when we are talking about migration law, I would say Lithuanian migration law is one of the most complex regulations in Lithuania we have at the same time. And when Karolis was giving example about rocket science, so maybe some cases our migration regulation is a bit rocket science. Maybe those who understand Lithuanian migration law, they can go to work to NASA. I think it's... and two things to mention. So what I was telling before, that Lithuanian migration political debate which is happening was about the returns and limited immigration on the market needs. When Lithuania joined the EU, we had to merge EU regulation with our priorities which we had in Lithuania before. So probably out of that we have this complexity, we have some fears, nevertheless. Navigation in Lithuania is not easy. I don't know, because it was mentioned that 60 nationalities working in Western Union, so probably a lot of people had different experiences filling the documents, procedures that they had to take in the period of time, what kind of questions they're receiving, what kind of answers they're receiving from different people about the challenges they're facing. And it's because of the complexity which I mentioned before. And one thing also may be important to mention that especially when I was mentioning in the very beginning, that economy is always one of the driven factors for migration. So I would say that Ministry of Economy and Innovation making quite a push for the regulation of migration. And this is the reason that for certain groups of people, immigration now is to Lithuania much simpler. We have international house for high-skilled workers, we have blue cards and so on, which makes the people arriving to Lithuania easier, less complex, and let's say they have green corridor to enter. And still, people who are experiencing this mixture of our legal regulation to immigrate to Lithuania, in most of the cases, they do not feel that it's very welcoming, even though there is a lot of debates about that. But if you would ask, there is just a feeling. another thing that European directives and regulations also making some kind of movements a bit easier, especially when we're talking about seasonal workers, the last directive which was introduced in new member states. And current, I think, government also pushing quite a lot of when trying to attract investments to Lithuania, making these immigration policies easier as much as possible in the debates with other stakeholders who are taking decisions in this area. So I would say now perspective of migrants in Lithuania is changing. And why there is so much debate, especially when Karolis was asking about how big part of population are migrants. So we have different perspective due to various reasons. So I will share also a bit data, which maybe helps to illustrate. So when we are talking about top nationalities in Lithuania and the debates that we have about learning the language and these kind of things now. So, and our historical, economical, cultural proximities and so on. So if we will look to the numbers of last year, it's countries from post-Soviet countries, immigrants coming from post-Soviet countries. And Ukraine is a bit exception, but I will talk about that later because of the refugee influx. But it's top 10 countries. And people are choosing Lithuania due to various reasons. It's historical ties, they know the country. If you're talking about older generation, maybe the language can be not such a big barrier as it can be. Mobility is quite easy to come to Lithuania and so on. So this is from the last years. And I think that there shows some kind of trends. And we have to face. Another thing, this year we had a significant symbolic, I don't know how to call it, symbolic number that in September, number of foreigners in Lithuania reached 200,000. And what I want to show in the slides that how in just 5-6 years the population of foreigners in Lithuania changed. It's quadrupled, 3.5 times increased. So you can imagine how for the population, for the Lithuania, if you are talking about a few years ago when we had, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, we had 1.6% of the population of foreigners, so it's 1.5 out of 100. Now we have 7 out of 100 in just 5-6 years. And there is many things related to that, and there is also a few numbers just to illustrate out of what this portrait is combined. That still out of these 200,000, we have roughly about 5,000 students, researchers. We have about a bit more foreigners working on the high skill professions. And still when we are talking about attraction, typically when the migration flow happening, people are coming to work not only high skill positions. And the companies also need different type of skill sets. So just to understand why it becomes so sensitive topic of migration. So Ukrainians, which were what I was mentioning before. So what is important to mention that even before the Russian invasion on Ukraine, Ukrainian foreign community was biggest in Lithuania. And one of the things what Karolis was mentioning, when people are moving, they're choosing to go to the countries where they have some kind of social capital, where they have historical social ties. And the number of Ukrainians who choose to come to Lithuania is quite normal because they had relatives, husband, family members where they can come. They have a good recommendation that our country and our government and our organizations and people are quite welcoming. So, and the number of Ukrainians now stabilized, roughly about probably 85,000, but still people are counting, some people on the move. But and we now have a very big foreign population, which is, I would say, performing quite well, and Lithuanians have very positive attitude because they're getting jobs, they're trying to integrate, they're learning languages, and so on. And I would say that there is a high chance that number of Ukrainians will stay in Lithuania because they're putting so much effort to integrate. They're getting the job, their children going to the schools. And public opinion. Public opinion, and also a bit why it is important, public opinion, and also why it is here. Just to understand the growing numbers of foreigners in Lithuania and how the Lithuania is perceiving, how public attitude is affecting the political decisions, and then how it becomes a strategies of the government to implement or integrate. So from the surveys, there is two illustrations. One is what we see that majority of Lithuanians supporting Ukrainians being in Lithuania, working in Lithuania, being here. If you look to the numbers from Eurostat about non-EU Lithuanians' perception of non-EU migrants in Lithuania, and we would compare numbers from, I don't know, 21, shows that 60% of Lithuanians view immigration as a problem. So, and this is quite the issue, I think, which is facing. And what we see with Ukrainians, I would say that Ukrainian immigration is exception in Lithuania from the public opinion. On the other hand, I think it can be also at the same time good ground to build the perception of migrants in Lithuania. Because Ukrainian example, how they're integrating, how they're getting jobs, how they're establishing bonds with local host country communities, it gives much more trust, belief, and appreciation. And from 2021, to compare two numbers, in 2017, 26% of Lithuanians saw immigration as opportunity. 2021, only 9%. And I think there is certain things, if I would have a crystal ball, probably in this upcoming year, election rounds and so on, probably first time might be that immigration will be quite a high topic on the political even debates. And there is many reasons behind that, and probably we will see how it will evolve. And basic migration trends. So what I was mentioning before, that in the very beginning, Lithuania was the country which was facing emigration. Now we are facing immigration. And we have net positive immigration in Lithuania from 2019, which is positive. The country becomes a country of destination for foreigners also to come because of the income from the countries which I mentioned before. And now we reached 200,000 people already here living in Lithuania, working, building their lives. And it's a question how later and how fast we will adopt on this whole topic, which is, in my opinion, quite magical term, integration. Because one part is, of course, government and government policies. There is political decisions. We have private sector companies, how they're ensuring, and how we as individuals, we are in charge of supporting people who are coming from foreign countries to navigate in our country, how we are explaining the cultural language, finding the right institution, going from Užimtumo tarnyba to Migracijos departamentas, going to, I don't know, to register, where to open your bank account and so on. These kind of very simple things to become productive member of society. And another thing which is also, it's very important to mention that even due to economical growth situations and various things which were happening like Brexit, COVID, and so on, we have also positive re-immigration of Lithuanians, which are coming to Lithuania after 5, 10, 15 years of living experience abroad. And still, in most of the cases, they have need of very similar activities, because for them to reintegrate back into Lithuania is as much complicated as for foreigners when they're coming from 10, 15 years experience. Only one benefit that they have, they know language. So, and one of the things that we're doing. So I want to present about a bit our IM activities. Two slides is why we are moving a bit further, that we see the growing need of foreigners in Lithuania support. And what we are now, just recently opened the Migration Information Center for the foreigners in Lithuania. We are starting activities now for the Ukrainians. This is the address, Jasinskio 16. You also can follow us on the Facebook and so on for the activities. So we're trying to build a service that would be needed for people in all the situations of their life, from language translation, information provision, psychological consultation, and so on. Trying to implement this our philosophy, a 360-degree approach. And hopefully next year we are opening this partially service for all the foreigners who are living here in Lithuania. Making more mobile service and remote service and physical service for them on the ground. Because when we have so many people in Lithuania who needs help, we need to provide it and support them on the integration to Lithuania. So, to sum up, 7 things I was mentioning. One was, okay, I have so many notes. So one is what is driving migration in Lithuania. It's an economical perspective. We have political debate which is shifting in the last couple of years from emigration to immigration. It's so complicated because it's merged and it's like chameleon changing, I think, a few times per parliament session on the regulational part. Number of foreigners is increasing rapidly, and as more foreigners are living in Lithuania, there is high chance that more will be coming because there is social capital and Lithuania is becoming country of destination. Before war, we also had the biggest community of Ukrainians here, so it's not a magic which happened. And public opinion is still the area that we should work on to show examples, illustrate, and so on. And Lithuania is becoming a country so good that even Lithuanians coming from re-immigration. And for the final conclusion, I would say that I think that even though percentage is not high, migration itself it wouldn't stop, just to understand, because there is many reasons and push and pull factors. We have heat waves, we have floodings, we have earthquakes, we have wars happening around the world, we have economic inequality, people are not able, to access to education, health, and these kind of things. So people will be moving. And if we are talking about migration, where we are now, it's due to migration. So we wouldn't be existing here and sitting here if there would be no migration would be happening. So I think it's very important for us to understand that it was always happening. And now we are talking a bit about it as a phenomenon, but it's, it's part of our DNA probably in some sense. And think about and remember that all of us and I are descendant from immigrants, and our children and future generations probably also will be migrants due to various reasons. So just to understand that people always will living on the move. So, thank you. Stay. Dance.
I think I want to keep it with us a little bit longer because we still have time to have maybe a little bit of a discussion. Yes, Q&A. And also maybe I would invite Yeva to the floor because there were certain things Eitvydas was touching on. So one of the things is that the Minister of Economics is making it also one of their goals to return migrants with Lithuanian origin, right? Yes. So thinking of like Ethiopia investing on me to come back to Ethiopia, I think that's a waste of money. And I'll explain why. Because at certain point, after you migrated from your country of origin and you establish yourself in a new country, in my case, have a business, raising kids, I cannot imagine my kids going to Ethiopian schools because the language is different, the curriculum is different. And when we think about bringing back a person, it says bringing the whole luggage with them. So what are your thoughts on that? Why invest on that?
I think that, of course, the luggage that they are bringing is not only physical, but it's their, knowledge, their diversity, their experience in other countries. And of course, everyone's different. For example, we have a huge population of Lithuania because we are a country of migrants. We seem like a very homogeneous society. As it was mentioned, 85% of people living in Lithuania are Lithuanians. But we are actually ourselves country of migrants. So we went to other countries during the wars. We went to other countries during Soviet occupation times. And of course, we went after that. In the 90s, a lot of Lithuanians were going to live abroad to United Kingdom, to Spain, and everywhere else. So these people and their children right now, they are coming back, and we are talking about people who are, for example, 20, 25-year-old. They, of course, they are sometimes fully integrated in, for example, United Kingdom, but they know Lithuanian, they speak it at home, or they speak it in their schools abroad. For example, there's Vasario 16-osios Gymnasia in Germany, where people are actively learning in Lithuanian language, and they are perfectly speaking Lithuanian as well, and they are coming back. And of course, Lithuania now can offer much more to them than we had 20 years ago. We have not only financial measures or the integrational measures or hubs or consultation services, but we have the community. We have a better culture, I think. We are better than we were before. Last year's theme was, for example, on the topics on LGBT integration, LGBT topics as well. We were talking about diversity, and we are not shedding from a theme. And for a lot of us who went abroad, these are much more important than, for example, have a relative living here or something like that. And of course, the economic situation that Iptas was talking about is getting better in terms that we can feel it right now.
All right.
And I would build it on top that I would say do two dimensions that Lithuanians who are coming back to Lithuania, what they're identifying. First of all, it's home in broad sense. The weather, the traffic, family, friends, language, and so on. And the second one is that even though probably from the countries which I was showing, on nominal value of income they can earn, it's lower, but the quality of the life is totally different. And also what is also important to mention that even Lithuanians who are returning back to Lithuania, they're less than half of them going to the biggest cities of Lithuania. So they're also choosing the regions, establishing some entrepreneurial work, if they have teleworking opportunities and so on. So Lithuanians are,
Can I add something to what Eitvydas said? We have a regional entrepreneurship hubs. Spiačiai, they are called. We have 13 of them right now, and they host people who want to start their own business right now. So closest to here is in Ukmergė, but we have just recently opened one in Kaunas. It's for university students and the younger population, but these are regional entrepreneurship hubs. And people who come from, for example, who come back to live in Lithuania, they say, oh my God, I came to Alytus, for example, who's in the south of Lithuania, and I have no one here. All my classmates are in Vilnius, in Kaunas, or in United Kingdom, or in Spain, or in United States, everywhere else in the world. I have nothing here, only my parents, elderly parents, for example, and I have no family or ties, and I don't even know how to start a business. For example, I have been in one presentation where women said, I was living in Estonia for 17 years. I don't even know how to start a business here. So these regional entrepreneurship hubs, they also become not only a place where you can get all the consultations on how to start your own business, but they are also becoming some sort of community centers, yes, and networking spots. So this is also a very nice place to hang out. open their doors in the summer. So those of you who are looking for a place to work outside Vilnius, maybe in Klaipėda, you can come there and see how they are working in reality.
But also thinking about and talking about this integration issue, there is something Karolis have mentioned, the political willingness. And I think the Minister of Economy is trying their best to bring in the talent pool as well as, the investment, but also on the other side, the migration or Minister of Interior working into a different direction. So that is about, the process it takes to get your permits done, or the visa process as well, because we have a situation where my employee had to leave Lithuania in order to get her residence permit waiting in South Africa. But she was employee, she worked and paid taxes, but still the process is not still that friendly to migrant workers. So how do you see the political willingness, I think, Amy?
So two things to mention. I should work.
Perfect.
One thing to highlight, what I was showing in the slides, that immigration in 5 years changed dramatically.
Yeah.
And I think that typically it happens that political decisions are not going in front. Sometimes they are chasing the situation in some areas. So this is one thing. And I think that what at least is happening in the Ministry of Social Security and Labor, they are really much working now on the integration part, because when we are talking about Ministry of Economy, they are trying to focus on the talents, because we need to compete globally with the talents, but there is huge part of the people which we are not calling talents, and how we are supporting them in Lithuania, how we are providing access to the basic service. And probably the language is the issue which we have debates. What in Lithuania, how we are defining what is the integrated person when it's finished, when the integration finished.
It never ends. It never ends. Today I'm a Lithuanian citizen after 16 years, and I think the process is just a lifelong learning, process, because Lithuanian language is difficult.
Even for
Can I
Lithuanian.
not shy away from this question as well?
All right.
I would say that as a person, I would like everyone to feel here welcome, as I would like my relative, my child, my friend, or myself to feel welcome anywhere I go, So for us, I think it's very important to as a persons, to be those acceptable. And I would say that, politics, is some sort of a mirror that mirrors what the whole society is thinking. And of course, we are sometimes locked in bubble here in Vilnius, or in Kaunas, or in Klaipėda, or in big cities. But the progress is, we would like to see it a faster one, but it's a slow process, as Eitvydas said. And I think that I'm really hopeful that the process we had with integrating Ukrainian community will set that good example that can be applied, as Karolis said, to everyone else coming here in Lithuania, that we treat everyone else coming here as we treat Ukrainians.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I will let you go. Thank you, Eva and Eitvydas. So our next guests are going to be plenty. So I'll be just shouting out to Karolis, Dr. Karolis Žibas, to lead a panel discussion, which is going to be migrant integration and employee challenges in Lithuania. So it's going to be interesting. So I'm going to sit front row. Please welcome.
Again, you'll have to bear with me for 1 hour. I think that, perhaps you've noticed that me and Eitvydas, we are really good in torturing people with the numbers and figures and the data and the arguments.
Luis is not here. Take the chair.
Okay. And what we will do now is basically we'll try to make a sense out of the data and information, because I'm very happy that we have a very diverse panel today with a very brief panelists that we will actually be talking, about what does it mean for a foreigner a migrant or refugee being in another country for quite a while, for many years. And I'm really happy because, the things that we have been discussing, we discussed about many statistics and etc. What I really want to discuss today is, that there is a human being behind every single number. Yeah. So I think this is, I think this panel, it gives me an opportunity to really talk about, humanized way of how we talk about migration, yeah, because I think that's very important. So I would like to welcome, first of all, Svetlana Zaluzhna from Ukraine Hub. Thank you, Svetlana, for making here. Natalie Dabkiene, the director of Ukrainian House, or the Center for Ukrainians. Thank you for coming. Mr. Toy Samson, my good old friend. Please welcome. Hi. And Mr. Shoyab Vasiki. Okay, and we have Mr. Louis. Yeah. Hello. Hello. So I will give you 2 microphones to just, yeah. So we have 45 minutes. We have 5 people who have millions of questions. I hope I will be able to give some question to the audience as well. So just perhaps we can just go one by one, and you could introduce briefly, what brought you here, and what you do, and how you do, and when you came to Lithuania. So perhaps just briefly for all of us to really understand where you're coming from. Yeah.
Thank you for inviting me to the panel and to represent our Center for Ukrainians. So I've lived in Vilnius for 12 years so far, and throughout those years, besides my main occupation, I work in democracy promotion sector. Besides my main occupation, I've been promoting my country, promoting support to my people, led the movement for solidarity movement with Ukrainian Maidan in 2013. But being here, a student here in Lithuania, and throughout this time, been very much in contact with my country. And when the full-fledged Russian invasion started in February 2022, we've immediately, with a group of my friends and core team members, we've established a Center for Ukrainians in April 2022. So I'll be glad to share more about what we do in the next panel.
In the next round, yeah. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see that we are Ukrainians like old school with the papers. What does it mean?
I have the same.
Okay. So my name is Svetlana Zaluzhna. Before the attempt of Russia's full-scale invasion in Ukraine, I was a social entrepreneur. For the many years, I was a school principal for private school and experimenting with the best world-known and innovative approach in education. In 2022, I fully shifted into the field of family development. So I established a big national movement which is aimed at reinforcing the consciousness and human parenting with a lot of conferences, educational programs on the national level. And it seems that I finding myself on the driver's seat of my interests of my successful life with my family, kids, and social capital and beloved business. But since the February 24, I'm here in Lithuania as a Ukrainian refugee, temporarily residing in Lithuania. And I came here with my 3 kids and with my family. I remember it was Thursday, like today. And on Monday next week, my kids started their first day in Lithuanian progymnasia. And I was sitting in the premises of Atviras Lietuvos Fondas together with other Ukrainian activists working on the solutions for Ukrainian refugees and families. So since then until now, today actually I'm presenting the Ukraine Hub, and I will talk about it later. And also I'm leading a big social project which is aimed to mutual integration and cultural enrichment and resilient communities for Lithuanian and Ukrainians.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shuaib Vasili. I was born and raised in Afghanistan. I came here to Lithuania right around the collapse of the Republic, late 2021. I have been here like for 2 years now. Besides me, there are other Afghans who have came at the same time to Lithuania. So back in my country, I studied economics and management. I also have a background in a humanitarian aid worker back in my country. I work with other international organizations as well. So I came here to Vilnius, actually, selected the place to be Vilnius, which is a pretty much international city, I guess. So yes, that's my story.
Thank you.
Good day, everyone. Nice, Karolis and Western Union, thanks for inviting me. My name is Samson. I'm from Nigeria. I've been living in Lithuania for the past 11 years. So I came here as a student, as a bachelor student. And after finishing my bachelor studies, proceed for master's. And then currently I'm still a student. I'm a doctorate student at ISM University. And I currently lecture at SMK Venus Business College and also at ISM. I also work with our Nigerian ambassador here on an advisory role with the ambassadors regarding several related matters. And I also own a small businesses in which I run with my Lithuanian good friend. And it's nice having you here today. And I hope we're going to have a nice time sharing several stories across the globe. Thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Luis. You can call me Lou. I am with a very cliche background story. So I came to Lithuania because my wife is from here. So everybody would tell me that I'm lucky, but I think that she's lucky also because Cape Verdeans are also very beautiful. Yeah, so Lithuania was a bit difficult at start because then I was only Cape Verdean, so starting to find job, it was not so easy because once you're not European, getting the visa is a bit difficult. So eventually I started teaching as an English teacher. I started doing that for Brazilian students, and eventually I also got the Portuguese nationality, and then things just got very easy and very simple. Once you are European, things just flow for you. So that was a good thing that happened to me because it kind of broadened my scope of the things that I can do and where I can develop myself. I'm half as interesting as everybody else. I don't do anything special, you know. Besides being very in love with my language, I try to do things towards that. Created podcast about it to discuss the language environment that we have in Cape Verde. But other than that, you know, just simple person going to work, come back.
Thanks a lot. And I think this is very clearly describes, you know, the whole diversity of Lithuanian, let's say, foreign-born population. And I think that what we have here is basically the message for the Ministry of Economy and Innovation, the 5 talents, by the way. Okay, so perhaps let's start now moving towards the Ukrainian part. And you, both of you, you are representing different initiatives. The one is the Ukraine Hub, and the other one is Center for Ukrainians. So you operating in Kaunas, yes?
I know, here in Vilnius.
Here in Vilnius and also here in Vilnius. So perhaps let's start with you. So what is the main aim, basically, of what is your role there, and what is the main aim of your initiative, and what kind of, you know, integration challenges or other challenges, opportunities you see by, you know, working with all the Ukrainian communities? And perhaps, Svetlana, that question will be totally the same for you.
Thank you. So when the full-fledged war started, our team got together and identified what we are actually experts in, what skills we have, and how we can apply those skills to help our people, especially our refugees, and of course our country. So considering my background as a campaigner and fundraiser, I thought, okay, definitely direction number 1 will be advocacy campaigns. So we've developed a powerful advocacy campaign together with the British politician and political consultant, strategist, targeting European, but mostly British politicians, asking for providing rapid military aid and humanitarian aid. And we continue with this direction as well on further with different advocacy initiatives. Secondly, of course, as part of Ukrainian community here, the second direction was building a community, helping Ukrainian refugees feel integrated here, to meet each other, not to feel lonely, but also to integrate into Lithuanian society at most. So our regular activities are focused on that, which includes different art events, psychological support groups, and whatever we have opportunity for to organize. And the third direction, very important as well, is assisting Ukrainian refugees with humanitarian and financial aid. Here as well, fundraising campaigns skills are very useful. Our team, what makes our organization different, maybe unique, I would say, is that we are kind of boutique organization. We are a team of 11 people. Half of the core team are refugees themselves, mostly from the south and center of Ukraine, and half are Ukrainians who've been living here for a long time. We are 100% volunteer-based. Our resources is our network, our time, and our wish and passion to make a change. Yes, we are not for scaling our activity, but for making qualitative activities. And another thing is that our organization works very close and engages very much international community in Vilnius. It's a diplomatic community as well as foreign expats community, etc. So they are a big part of our work. As for profile of the people who we support, those are people, refugees from all over Ukraine, but mostly women, mostly people born in 60s and 80s, but also we have those who are from 90s, 2000s, mostly Vilnius-based, but we also have several families who are based in Panevėžys, Kaunas, Klaipėda, and everyone actually, like for this specific meeting, we've conducted a rapid questionnaire comparison. What were the needs before in April, May, June of 2022, and what are the needs now? And the change we are observing is, first and foremost, Lithuanian language became the top priority, a top need for Ukrainian refugees here. People not only need it for the work purposes, but they feel so grateful to Lithuanian society that they want to learn the language, they want to understand, they want to act on it everyday basis. And what our organization identifies that there is a lack of opportunities for long-term, cheap or free Lithuanian courses. Although there are a lot of those, but this is where we see for 2024 also our priority to have groups with a long-time educational opportunities for Ukrainian refugees here. Secondly, the shift we've noticed after 21 months in being a refugee is financial issues. They were not that vividly reported in the beginning because people still were figuring out, okay, some money maybe I get from my husband who is in Ukraine, some money I saved, some money I earn. There was a lot of opportunities to get humanitarian help, financial help, vouchers for food, etc. Our organization did this as well, provided such help. But now, after a year and a half, many of those things, unfortunately, could not be sustained, and only new refugees get this strong package of support. So people report that financial issues, cost of living, high rental prices for homes, and as well as salaries, quite low salaries to sustain a family, especially if you're a mother with a child. This is another big thing. And maybe not to take too much time, to highlight one more thing, we, as well as many other organizations, did psychological trainings, therapies, supports, but people do not report this as their prior need, and this is very interesting. Ukrainian mentality, Ukrainians are very much of optimists, so I think the attitude to psychological support and talking with psychologists is a little bit different than in other Western countries. People think that they can deal with issues themselves, and sometimes they are ashamed to work with psychologists because they think that maybe something is wrong with them, which is, of course, not true. But we as an organization for 2024 are revising this direction. Also, we think it's a priority, but our priorities are identified by our beneficiaries, not by us. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Of course, the community and communication remains a big need for people. And last but not least, when we asked question about integration, how well are you integrating in Lithuanian society, 90% say very well. I think I am well integrated. I'm so grateful. Lithuanians are so kind. We are so similar and close. So this is really, I think, a great dynamic to see it after a year and a half, to see very high level of integration and satisfaction.
Thanks a lot. Before giving the word to Svetlana, I think it's very important to mention the situation of psychosocial situation and mental health with the refugee and immigrant context, because usually there is a stigma around it. And to break that stigma, basically, you really need the low threshold psychosocial support platforms. And I'm really happy that the Ministry of Social Security and Labor now is developing the psychosocial support program together with the NGOs. And I think that it might be very helpful to really address this issue, because on the one hand, we really see that, people are coming traumatized, after the war. But at the same time, the same people, they don't recognize that perhaps, they have the need of psychosocial support because of the stigma, which is, a very natural process of some of the countries. So thanks for flagging that as well. Svetlana, over to you about the Ukraine Hub.
Thank you so much. I would just like to maybe to reflect very quickly to the topic of emotional state of Ukrainians. And as I'm working with Ukrainian families also, spending 3-4 days with them in the programs, I can admit that the war trauma exists, and it's even more bigger than it was in the beginning of the war. Because with the time and with the when you are the mother and the family leader, you just decide everything with school, I don't know, work and financial support. You became very mobilized with these issues, but after a year and a half, you're just a little bit relaxed, and here the trauma again comes to you. And there are a lot of people from occupation territories came to Lithuania, and they even can recognize that they have post-war trauma syndrome. So this is the main problem, that people have this problem, but they didn't even understand and realize that they really need professional therapy, not like psychological, but it's more psychiatrical support. So this is just to admit that, yes, it is very, trauma healing is the basic need of people who are fleeing the war.
And I just want also to emphasize this, because it's very important for the employment part, because the research tells you clearly that if you will not address the PTSD before the employment, and if the PTSD will kick later during your work, then you can drop out from the labor market for the rest of your life. So that's why it's very important to address the PTSD, I think.
Yes, but we need to create a safe space for this.
Exactly.
It's not about just to go to, yes. Okay, so I will focus on my topic of Ukraine Hub. So Ukraine Hub, this is initiative was established by Atviras Lietuvos fondas as a very quick and relevant response to the need of active community of displaced Ukrainians, their need was to preserve, to develop, to return back our professional potential to our country. in February 2023, so this year, together with Fonda's team, we created a physical space. So this hub is a physical space in the very center of Vilnius, which aimed at activating, educating, giving access to mini grants, financing, to the incubation programs for Ukrainians from the different fields of expertise, like media, journalism, education, science, social entrepreneurship, social innovations. So to whom, who has a very solid social capital and professional background, but in reality, they cannot apply for, they cannot use their potential, and unfortunately, they are forced to go to a, I don't know, cash desk or somewhere else. So this was the background of this initiative. So for the first months, for the first half a year of this project, I was the launch of this project, and I was the CEO of this project. But now I'm in strategic board of Ukraine Hub. But now I'm mostly focused on regional communities, to activating Ukrainians from regions, because with my personal social project, which is aimed to integration and resilient community building, I'm working in regions also. So I am traveling myself with my team to regions, and I see how it's different from Vilnius and Kaunas, and even Klaipėda. So, and we see that these people need to be activated and empowerment to come back to their profession, to become a self-employed, to try to recover their potential and not to lose it. So for this moment, Hub has 270 Ukrainian members. They are mostly women, as we can understand, and from the fields I just mentioned, and what they have are the Hub members. So it's free of charge for the Hub members. You can apply if you're Ukrainians, and they have access to co-working space, physical co-working space, to event places, to the community meetings, to the educational programs, seed fundings, grants. So for this moment, we launched a second wave of grants for this community. So, and they totally and constantly communicating through their clusters. I mean, cultural clusters, psychological clusters, and science clusters. So we are trying to gather them, to unite them, and to give them access for their professional potential. But just to stop on the needs. So actually, I can admit I do not want to repeat all of needs that my colleague just mentioned. And I can talk about as I'm working with integration, this is my professional competence, I mean now, for 2 years. And I'm personally touched to 2,000 Ukrainian families and approximately 500 Lithuanian families, because we are making programs for Lithuanians and Ukrainians together. And I can talk about integration for hours. I know that we have a couple of minutes for this. But I would like to say for my main insight for this moment that the most problem of Ukrainian refugees in Lithuania, that it called uncertainty. So the main question of each Ukrainian, whether we are here permanent or temporarily. 2 years, is it permanent or temporarily? It's 5 years, 8 years. We are immigrants or we are refugees. So this is the most challenging question. But it leads to the crucial things like frozen life, consumer mindset, to the fear of integration, because we just talked about integration. So to become Lithuanians, whether we need to become Lithuanians, so we are Ukrainians in Lithuania, it's not a problem so the main idea to save our identity and to integrate. But if I'm asking my question, so I'm here temporarily, I'm not able, I have no capacity, I have no motivation to live, to take care about me, myself, about my children. Okay, if I cannot work by my profession, I can go to education, to go to study, I don't know, to take care about my health. to take care of our small community. So this is disruptive situation, and refers to the emotional state and the need, and we need to. So I see the situation that we need to work with Ukrainians with shifting of survival mode to just say, okay, it doesn't matter, we are temporary or permanent. We can either be productive and come back to Ukraine with enrichment background, or we can stay and wait for something that we don't know for what we are waiting, because we see that war is not finishing and we do not know when it's finishing. And maybe this temporary time will be 5 years or 8 years. What does it mean for me and for my country? And it is affected not only Ukrainians, refugees, it is affected host country, local communities. It is affected our origin country. So this is what we are now mostly focused and trying to find a new strategy, how to work with this uncertainty with Ukrainian families and shifting this paradigm to that we need to find inner motivation just to live and contribute whenever you are, for you, for your small community, for your bigger community, and have these ties with Lithuania.
Thanks a lot, and I think that this is really, really relevant issue in terms of the long-term integration outcomes, because what we have been observing with the Ukrainian situation response is that even the municipalities as integration actors, in the context of temporary protection, because the temporary protection, the nature of temporary protection is temporary protection, and that means that, that brings a little bit of this sense of temporariness among Ukrainian communities in terms of, integration, and that further means that, sometimes I feel that we're still stuck in the phase of emergency and urgent needs instead of the long-term inclusion outcome. Yeah, and I think this is where, we are stuck in the situation that still the legal instrument is temporary protection. So I think this is very important to work and to address this sense of temporariness. And another issue, by going now to show up to you, is, also we have been looking at the situation of migration and the skilling, especially among the refugee population. Yeah, because the migrant worker, he or she comes, let's say to the Western Union, to the specific place with the specific skills. That's the one thing. But there are a lot of refugees, as you, Svetlana, indicated, who are coming to the country, by working as a professors and doctors in their home countries, and now suddenly they end up as a bus drivers or dishwashers. And, I think one of the main elements is, the upskilling programs that I think you have been part of that program at Winted. So could you please tell us how that might help you to build your capacities and actually to upskill and to basically use the qualifications that you have always had, in your backpack and in your mind?
Thank you very much for this question. So as I mentioned to you before, back in my country, I was working as a humanitarian aid worker. I used to work with UN agencies, other major donors such as EU, USAID, others. And until recently, by the initiative of the Lithuanian Diversity Charter, during May, I was, through a couple of interviews, I was introduced to Winted to be working as a part of a human resources team. So my experience there is that, even though the principles of the work might be the same, with the skill sets that you have back in your country, be it like the computer skill sets and other skills, other soft skills such as management, coordinations, and what have you. It is also important to be able to enter an organization or company which is working in Lithuania and provide you with the opportunity to see how would you be able to integrate yourself into the employment market. Because from my experience, there are similarities and there are differences. For example, here, the companies are very advanced in terms of tech. I've been using emails and computers since 2007 or 8. but still, it is very important to see the business processes, how the people work, what are like the structures within the organizations, even though that you had like a experience back in your country, but would be very, important to also see the inside of the companies working in Lithuania, so that you would be able to align yourself with the skill sets required for integrating into the job market in here as well. So that has been my experience, and that's the takeaway for me. Also, I can add that, like, for example, back in my country, I think you would be very familiar with this term of fragile context, which was Afghanistan. As I mentioned, I used to work with the humanitarian organizations. So the situation was that any bit of a skill that you would have would be used by your employer, whether that would be management, coordination, soft skills, even sometimes conflict resolution between small groups of people, any disputes and stuff like that. Whereas here it's more the workforce or the employees that are needed are they should have a solid skill base in different, it's very tailored to specific jobs within the organizations. If you enter the human resources department, that would be a lot of different skills that you may require. If you would go to other departments, that requires its own skills. So basically, yes, it's very needed to have a perspective from the inside so that you can align yourself later on to the job market.
Thanks a lot. And just to mention, colleagues, that I think this refugee fellowship program, I think, is one of the examples when the companies can really do an extra mile. Yeah, we can really invest. Where you can actually know. You cannot just shift your focus to the talent attraction and the global risk of talents around the globe, but just to realize that you have potential talents around you, 5 meters literally away from your office room, yeah? And to basically invest in that part as well. And I think this is where we're really happy to see that fellowship program still alive, and we hope we can support us as UN Refugee Agency further that. Toya, 11 years in Lithuania. How the integration environment has changed over time, since your arrival, because you have been going through different setups, different companies, different places. How do you feel? What would be your main 3 or 4 takeaways in terms of, living in this country 11 years?
I think I'm just one of the luckiest immigrants, I would say. And, lucky has its own formula also. You have to be at the right place at the right time with the right people. Then you can consider yourself to be lucky. So Lithuania has changed rapidly, and it is not even looking at the infrastructural point of view, but if you look at the mentality of people, I've gone to several, I don't limit my scope of activities here in Vilnius. I've gone to all those smaller cities, kaimas, I don't know, another word for kaimelis, you can, and I've seen that people are really, really changing, and younger generations are they are more approachable. And anywhere I go, people, even I've been in their gymnasia, let's say 6 years ago, to deliver a lecture. They came to study here in Vilnius, and we still have an interesting conversation. But of course, there is a progress. Where we should be, we haven't been there. But as long as we don't stop, it's a step ahead. Now we're talking about, inclusion. Before inclusion, we have diversity, which no one is really, because diversity has been a strategy of many companies, organizations, and country. And now we came with equity, which is about fairness, giving access to every worker. And now we're in inclusion. Inclusion is still, you are being invited to be on the table because you are part of the organization. But a step higher, I mean, is a sense of belonging. Do we belong? Our voice isn't being heard. Our opinions, our ideas, is it being put into consideration? So just to come back to what you said, looking at all these migration policies, ups and downs, to and fro, I work with international students specifically, and I've seen we have to deal with different issues with migration. And even recently, we had an issue with the migration office that I wouldn't say accidentally, but it was out of ignorance that they canceled the visa of a young student, 17 years old, and they told him to go back to where he's coming from without proper explanation. But just because I believe in the justice system of this country, that at least you can still get a say. So we went to the court. The first thing, the Court of Appeal, the court said, okay, migration is right. But we're not satisfied with the decision because they know there is probably a clause that the migration didn't touch. So we went to the Supreme Court. And fortunately, we got a judgment in the Supreme Court that migration were wrong because they didn't, according to law, they didn't follow what the required law says. And such judgment at the Supreme Court gives a hope not only to me, but the newer students who are even planning to come to Lithuania, and because we share that this is what happened. So I've seen that things are changing rapidly. Organizations now, they are least expected organization that I will go to, then I will find some unfamiliar faces, and I find people of different colors. But another question is, do they really feel this sense of belonging in that organization? Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And I think now we move to Lou, and and perhaps more to the workplace environment, because we know that you're from Moody's.
Yes.
And Moody's, as well as Diversity Union, they have been developing, really holistic diversity inclusion policies, not just at the workplace, but also going beyond and communicating around diversity inclusion in these events as this one. In your opinion, how helpful these diversity and inclusion policies at the workplace is for a foreigner like you, for helping you to integrate or to feel welcome, or even to feel a sense of belonging?
Yeah, that's actually a pretty interesting question. I'm here already for 5 years, and at Moody's is about 3 years and 9 months, more or less. And when I joined in Moody's, it was 30th of March, 2020. And the very next week was lockdown of COVID, and that was it. I had no contact with my teammates, always over Zoom or Slack and messaging. And in terms of feeling included, it was not something that at that moment applied. Nevertheless, I need to completely be clear that Moody's does have quite a robust policy on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it cascades on different local offices and their needs. So meaning that in Lithuania, the needs for people that resemble like me are low because the representativity is very low. So for example, in my office, I am the only African, if I'm not mistaken, or the only Cape Verdean that is in the office. Then when you talk about diversity and inclusion, you might just go unnoticed because of that, and then especially when you have somebody that actually does not communicate all the struggles that they go through, and then they just try to integrate themselves, and then you don't actually feel that that person needs inclusion on certain situation until you start talking about it, until you start saying, yeah, I don't understand, we're here all talking, but I do not understand what you're saying because I do not share the same language as you, and then comes to the point of having English as the main way of communicating. Mm-hmm. Now, again, with the whole policies that apply, that Moody's applies in different offices. Our office is a growing office, which fortunately, like a year after, we start having a department of diversity, equity, and inclusion, now moving to a more term of inclusion to include all that, and we start having programs of having buddies, helping people creating bank accounts and all that. Now, from a personal experience from my side, I didn't have it because I came in a very, I would even say, nasty period, because it was COVID. It was me not being able to say anything further than labas and ačiū. And then it was just a situation that did not help me feel in any way integrated, And then I came to a team that is all Lithuanian speakers, and the normality is already speaking in the local language. Mm-hmm. So for me, it got a bit difficult. I did give about a year ago the same kind of interview, and a lot of my colleagues saw that, and then they start changing their behavior towards that, and they start including me more, and I feel much more the sense of belonging that Samson was talking, because I feel that I'm able to participate in any situation, whether it is work-related, whether it is professional, when we talk about personal matters at least. So I start getting that feeling, but the beginning was pretty hard on me because you don't have a structure, you don't have a family structure here, you don't have a friend structure. Family structure is still from my wife's side, but the friend structure is something that you don't have, and then it's very difficult. Eventually, you get to get some proximity on other people, and usually it will be with foreigners, because foreigners will be looking for the same kind of need that you have, the social interaction, so they will be more open to get together and do things, and then you're just striving for finding people that you can do things. That it doesn't matter if you're partying or you're just going for a coffee. It's just the thing that brings you out of the house for an objective, that is to meet that person or to do something with that person. So with foreigners, I think it's the ability to connect is much higher. And I lived also in Portugal, and also in Portugal, I struggled to get connected, and that is a country that I speak the language. So I struggle to get the connection because, again, people that are local, they already have their friends, and and having new friends means investing time into them, and then that means that you have to put time off the friends that you already have to a new friend. So it is very difficult to get into a group of friends, but once you get in, it happens. In Lithuania, I'm still struggling with that. I do try my best to invite people to my house, have grills and things like that, but it's still the matter of a back and forth when you give and you take also. So not sure if I completely answer your question, but basically, Moody's, I think, is doing a great job in that manner. For my specific case, it was just a very unfortunate period of time, very new office, and I didn't get as much support, but eventually I think the foreigners, what they're having is they're getting the support. One point that I would like to touch in terms of extra miles, I think for my company, they have done things like giving language courses of Lithuanian, creating gatherings. Right now we have something that's called Out and About, and shout out to the engagement team of my company that does that and takes time of their personal life to do that. And basically that allowed me to connect with a lot of my colleagues, and I like to talk, so talking with them and then understanding what they're doing, even though I still don't understand what they're doing, but but just having the thing of just communicating really improved that. And an extra mile that I think people could go is leadership, or whoever is doing their first interviews, to already start them in English, to provide that the culture of you're going to a multicultural company, and you promote that by having first interview, second interview already in English. Not that you want to eradicate the local language from there. No, that's not the point. It's just whenever you're talking about being a multicultural, you want to everybody to be able to contribute. And again, coming back to what Samson say, have a presence, have something that you are able to contribute and feel that you are heard because you have a voice.
Thanks a lot. And I think, sometimes we're really underestimating the diversity inclusion policies at the workplace, because I think that is really good complementary to the national integration efforts, at the national or both the local level. What I will do is I will give 20 seconds for each person to bring the most important message. You have ministries here, you have private sector here. 20 seconds each. What would be your main message? 20 seconds, please.
Yes, thank you very much once again also to the ministries and to Lithuanian people first and foremost for supporting Ukrainian community. My main message would be Lithuanian refugees need long-term programs, specifically about Lithuanian language. So please think, as we discussed today a little bit, think long-term when you are planning your projects. Think about long-term solutions. Thank you.
I also would like to express my deepest gratitude to Lithuania, and I am really in love with this country, just to share this message. And I am ambassador of Čiurlionis. I can talk a lot about him. But my main message is that human-centered approach is crucial for integration. So we need to adapt this approach when the stories are behind the real people, when the shared experience, shared emotions, when the safe place to social dialogue appears between Lithuanians, Ukrainians, and other refugee communities. It doesn't matter. So I am also ambassador, and I see how it works in reality, that the human-centered approach is crucial, because the real integration happens in a very human level, from heart to heart, where we really share something together. It doesn't matter, meal or art exhibition and dialogue or family program. So this is very real mutual integration happens.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. I also wanted to very much appreciate the efforts of Lithuanian people. I have very positive experience, especially in terms of the language when it comes, even if you know like a very basic friends, which Lou, my friend, mentioned that Labas Rytas or Laba Diena, they were very appreciative. I've been seeing a lot of programs which supports like integrating and, people to learn the language. But I also encourage like the companies, the private sector, as you mentioned earlier, to also work with the government. There are a lot of people like me, like other colleagues here, that can be integrated into the market, into the bazaar and the society, and contributing with the help of the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you.
20 seconds. 20 seconds.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I will be short. So I will say to the representative of the government, Nesustok, don't stop. Rome was not built in a day, but I just want you to have the spirit of continuous learning from other countries who are considered to be more open and inclusive.
For me, just for the beginning I had, it was very hard to get residence permits and everything like that. So, to an extent that was a bit almost impossible. So for me, it would be like improvements in policies and in ways that people are able to, not that we are going to ease up for everybody, but we make a process that maybe is quick, is easy, and easy in terms of what you need, and then you provide them. And if that's it, a month you have it, a month you don't have it, but you already know the answer. So it gives opportunity to whoever's finding jobs. In a month, they know they can start instead of waiting 7 months to maybe start and not and just get declined. So that would be my suggestion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I'm giving back floor to Eskadar.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. I think we were planning to open the floor for questions, but I think you have to take it to lunch, all your questions, and the panel is going also for lunch. So we'll be back in 41 minutes, so 12:45. Yeah. So still 5 minutes?
No.
Okay. So yeah, we'll see you back. Welcome back, everyone. We are continuing our day on inclusion. And our next guests or performers are going to be, they have a surprise for us. This is a good example of when you foster diversity in a company, what a small group of people could do to beautify, maybe, not only beautify, but enrich a culture they live in. So welcome, Celito Lindo from Mexico, and they are part of Western Union community. So enjoy.
Sierra Morena, cielito lindo, vienen bajando. Un par de ojitos negros, cielito lindo, de contrabando. De la Sierra Morena, cielito lindo, vienen bajando. Un par de ojitos negros, cielito lindo, de contrabando. Ay, 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 canta y no llores, porque cantando se alegran.
Wow. That was quick, that was fun, that was very colorful. So thank you very, very much to the performers for the dance lesson as well, and I think I'm going to follow them upstairs to their work desk. They are going back to work. So our next speaker is going to be Laura Perevičiūtė, right? Perevičiūtė, Head of Foreign Integration Group of Ministry of Social Security and Labor of the Republic of Lithuania. So it's going to be Migration in Lithuania, Challenges and Opportunities. So the floor is yours. Yeah. Maybe this one?
Hi.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117,
this on. Try this one. Thank you. It's on. If it's not, it's on. Okay. So the last minute, I changed the name of my presentation. Sorry for not informing everyone. Because my name is Laura Perevičiūtė. I'm from the Ministry of Social Security and Labor. And I represent a foreigners integration unit. We are quite a new unit. We were established 2 years ago. And I think for our government, this is quite an important step, because this is the first step where we really acknowledge that there are issues that we have to work on, so that every Lithuanian resident, no matter what origin he or she is, would feel welcome, would feel included, and would have the same opportunities. So the name of my presentation is Changing the Perspective. I want to stop talking about migrants, to stop talking about foreigners, and I want to talk about people, Lithuanian residents. They are of foreign origin, but they are Lithuanian residents, and we need to treat them as such. Now I will learn this thing. Oh, no, not this one. Huh. So you've already seen these numbers. Thank you, Eitvydas, for presenting all of my statistics for me. I wanted to draw attention to another aspect of the fact that the numbers of foreign origin people in Lithuania were always very small. This can explain why the integration policy in the country is at the stage it is at the moment. We are a very homogeneous country, and we have been for quite a while. The recent years and the crisis in recent years has changed this drastically for us, because the number doubled, and still it's only 7% of people in Lithuania have foreign origin. Also, we should take into account the fact that these 7% mostly live in the major cities. This means that the majority of Lithuanian territory does not really have that much contact with people of foreign origin. And even when talking about those who do have a contact with a person of foreign origin, still the majority of people who are coming to Lithuania are from either post-Soviet countries or countries who were or still are affiliated with Russia. This means these are mostly people who can speak Russian. And Lithuania, being post-Soviet country itself, speaks Russian quite well too. This means that the integration goal becomes even more challenging, because there is no urgency to learn the language. And we were talking during the lunch that in Vilnius, if you know English, also you do not have this urgency to learn Lithuanian language. This means that in the end, you can feel quite included in the society without the language skills. But if we're talking about the way the public opinion views residents of foreign origin, how Lithuanians view other races, other religions, other cultures, it is really important to take into account that the moment you start speaking Lithuanian, it's a direct key into a Lithuanian heart. That's my opinion, at least, and I think it's one of the major factors that allow people to move forward in the inclusion process in the country. Why I want to stop talking about migration as a challenge? Because migration for Lithuanians and for Lithuania, it's a really important thing, and it's such an opportunity for us. For a very long time, we have been facing huge shortages in labor force, and we still are facing them. This means that we need people coming into the country. We need them to feel included. We need them to create, to develop this society together with us. And even before the Ukrainian war started, I used to use this example of the crisis in Venezuela and the way the refugees from Venezuela actually impacted the GDPs of the neighboring countries, because the impact was quite significant. The International Monetary Fund has calculated that the GDP has increased 2.5 to 4.5 percentage points in the neighboring countries. And if talking about, Lithuania. Last year, the Bank of Lithuania has announced that the Ukrainians who came to the country have generated 1% of Lithuanian GDP. That's a very huge number. Ukrainians and Belarusians together have paid more than 40 million taxes into the Lithuanian budget. So this only shows that migration and people coming to the country only adds value. But there's an important thing that the difference of GDP in the neighboring countries next to Venezuela, the difference usually relates to how inclusive the country is, how inclusive the policy is, how well we welcome the people coming here. So we have to work on that. I don't know how to navigate this, so that's why I'm shifting. But this is a very popular curve that you can find in many researches. And it's the phases of refugee adjustment. The fact is that if we're talking about people who have experienced forced migration, and even with the ones who have planned to come to the country, there's this high level of satisfaction the moment they come into the country. But after a while, as I think with any circumstance in your life, the reality kicks in. And then there's this drop in the satisfaction, and the adjustment period is becoming harder for the person. And then there are few factors that can allow a person to get out of this curve, out of this drop a bit quicker. And these factors are, first of all, working with the traumatic experiences that the person carries here. So this is important when thinking about refugees and when thinking about employing any people from forced migration, even if they start working very passionately, very satisfied, very motivated, after a while, there will be a drop. And you have to understand that this is a normal process of their adjustment in the country. And their post-traumatic experiences may be one of the factors that plays into it. Then the second one, which is also very related, is mental health. But mental health is a different aspect only because it's relevant for any person arriving into a different culture. This means even if the person comes to study here or to work here, after a while it still impacts the person's mental health. It's a different culture, it's a different weather. If you're coming to Lithuania, it's a very different weather for some people. And it impacts your mental health. Maybe these people need emotional support, maybe they need psychological support, but we need to work on this aspect as well. And that was one of the aspects mentioned in the panel. And then the language. As I've mentioned, the language is very important. It is important in the employment process. There are researches done which prove that knowing the local language increases your possibilities of employment, increases the low-high qualification, how high can you go up your career ladder if you know the local language. So there is, everyone has this glass ceiling, which you will not be able to get through if you do not know the language. And then there comes the feeling of belonging, the feeling of inclusion. Even if at the workplace, a person may feel included, but then in the society, in the country, language plays a major role for the person to be in the society life, to feel like they belong, to feel like they create together with the other society members. So, what have we been doing during all this time? As I've mentioned, Lithuanian integration policy is quite a new thing. But still, in 2018, we had the first action plan drafted. It had included many different measures in education, in health, in mental health, in socio-cultural introductions, in language courses. But they were small initiatives with barely enough financing. And we treated them more like trial and error kind of action plan. We tried new initiatives. Some of them were successful, some of them were not. But then, learning from that, the next steps we tried changing the way we look into the integration process. Up till 2019, the integration in Lithuania was understood as working with refugees, and then only as state support for the refugee. After 2019, we started revising the way we understand integration. We described it as a more multidimensional, multi-layered process, which is a two-way street, which includes both the person coming to the country and us as a welcoming society. And it requires effort from both sides. The second step, what we did is we created a more individual approach to refugee integration process. This means that we try to evaluate the person's need, the person's vulnerabilities, their capabilities, their possibilities to create, and draft an individual plan, and then we carry through with the individual plan. Of course, the legislation was one thing, then you have to work with the competences of people who are actually doing these things. So still I had this step of trial and error, and we were still going through these phases. And at the same time, we were working with a more overall integrational process. So we started discussing this at the national level, but then we have municipalities. Municipalities are the ones that are seeing the residents on the ground, that are actually working with the people. This means that we have to work with their competences and with their strategies that would include all origin people into their strategic documents. So we started piloting projects with six municipalities. Then we launched a pilot project of Lithuanian language training with a few pilot groups, just to see what kind of program we could adopt, what kind of methodology we could use. At the same time, Lithuanian language courses were included in the employment services, and both employed and unemployed persons can access Lithuanian language courses there. I have to mention the events that were happening despite our plans, because once we started putting down plans and doing to-do lists, then we had the refugee reception crisis, which happened in 2021. You have to understand that the Lithuanian refugee reception system was used to receiving 100 refugees per year, and then we had 4,000 in a few days. So this was quite a huge crisis for all of our system, a shock. This was the irregular migration that was instrumented by Belarus regime, but still there were people who were coming in, and we had to deal with these issues as well. There were quite a lot of lessons learned from this experience. We did do good things, we did make mistakes. Still, we drafted a reform, and we drafted legislation that could prevent such crises happening in the future, so that we could address them better. This legislation is in the parliament at the moment. We are, fingers crossed, it will be adopted in this session, and then next year we'll start drafting other legislation needed. At the same time, we're still working on the integration policy of all of the third country nationals and other nationals in the country. And in 2022, we have Foreigners Integration Unit established. Up till that point, there was one person in the ministry who was responsible for foreigners integration issue, and he had other tasks as well. But now we have a unit, we have a to-do list. It's 101 points in the to-do list, but still we have one. And then the war in Ukraine starts. So it puts pressure on our list. At the same time, we have to launch initiatives because people are here already. We do not have time to do feasibility studies. We do not have time to think and evaluate which plan would work better. We have to act quickly. Still, I think that the way we handled the Ukrainian crisis was quite successful. We did adopt a new strategy. We did put there all of our lessons learned. We launched quite a few initiatives of language trainings and early integration measures which were implemented by the municipalities. And there are other initiatives launched just to include Ukrainians into our society quicker. And now these are my New Year resolutions. I always like to tell people about the things I plan to do because then I feel obliged to all of you to actually carry them through. So, the first one is mental health. We are planning to work more on mental health. We have a project planned to work with frontline workers' capabilities to actually identify mental health issues and to respond to them. And then we have another project plan which would provide services for people, emotional support, psychological support, to ease their way in the adjustment period. Then we have services at the local level. This is quite a wide direction. We want to work with the competences of the municipalities more. We want to create a possibility for a person to reach mainstream services. This means that we are investing in these key services that are needed: interpretation, translation, language courses, information provision, consultation, and these kind of services, so that people could actually access all of the public policy services that are available in the country. And also we're strengthening the coordination mechanisms in the municipalities. Then there's Lithuanian training. There's a working group established for that, and we do have some key elements already in the country, but there's not enough access, there's not enough quality in the programs, so we plan to work on that. And in the end, the 10-year project probably, the communication strategy and following communication campaigns. Many of the things in the end are related to the public opinion and to the way the people perceive you. So we want to work on the public opinion to raise awareness of other countries of origin, because the way we included Ukrainians show that we are capable as a country. But we lack knowledge about other countries of origin. We lack knowledge about other conflicts in the world. So maybe we need to raise awareness on that. And on the other hand, we need to raise awareness of the added value of migration, so that Lithuanians would actually start to understand that migration is not a problem, it's not a challenge, it's an opportunity for us, and it's a very much needed process for Lithuania to move forward with their economy. And something for you to carry back home, because I told you my New Year's resolution and I'm offering you some for 2024. Language courses at the workplace, or at least time dedicated during the working day for language courses. People who are working, they have families, they have other obligations. They need to have time to learn language. And employers should understand that language skill is just as any professional skill. If you want your teammate to be a part of the society, to actually work and evolve in Lithuania, you need to work with their language skills. Then there's social and cultural introduction. People who come here to work, who actually plan migration, they do not have that much of an issue with it, and still they actually do. There are every country has these unspoken rules that seem very natural for us, and then for people who come here, they're new and they need to be communicated. So this is another direction where we should work on. Thinking about family unit. This means as an employer, you can think about your employee, you can think about their language skills, about their social introduction, about their qualification and how they feel in the country, but they may have a family. This means they have the other half. You do not necessarily know whether they have employment or not here. If they are unemployed, they feel very much excluded from the society because they do not have co-workers, they do not have social connections, and they do not have the opportunities to practice language skills. So you need to think about their family obligations, the feeling of belonging of the whole family. Because as an employer, if you want your teammate to bring extra value into the company, if you want them to stay here, to work here in Lithuania, you need to work with the family. In the end, the person will do the decision that's best for their family. And then qualifications. And here we can talk about fellowships, about mentorships, about working with people qualifications, about evaluating their skills, because the potential that comes with the migrants, it's enormous. And we do not explore all of it because sometimes the qualifications do not transfer easily into the Lithuanian workforce, for example. So you need to try to find these talented people, to help them fill the gaps in their knowledges and skills that they have. And they may bring this added value that you had no idea the potential that was there. In the end, active investment in the progress of integration. And that's, I'm coming back very nicely to Karolis' slide at the beginning of the day. He mentioned how much private sector is investing in refugee reception, in refugee integration. And in Lithuania, we need to start doing that too. In the end, residents of foreign origin, when there will come a question where to dedicate finances of the state, is it orphans or is it residents of foreign origin? There is no question. So this means we have to put extra effort, my unit, and I hope you as well, so that this policy would be developed further and that we can work on it. So that's all from me. Thank you for your attention.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. It was strong. I think everything looks great on the paper. It looks great on the paper, but I acknowledge as well your acknowledgement that you failed in the, in the reception of refugees coming through Belarus. The languages used by politicians, it plays a huge, huge role in the acceptance or non-acceptance of refugees by the society as well. So things like what I take from the speech, I really love how much the Social Security and Labor Ministry was trying their best. And I really appreciate also the minister going to refugee camps and everything. And sometimes it felt like Ministry of Interior and Ministry of Labor were on a feud on to do the right thing or not to. So I think our take from this could be political willingness when it comes to the society and their acceptance, and also freedom of press are the two main important things. So as long as our politicians are not allowing that to happen, then real change is going to be difficult. And also young people like you working in the ministry, I think it gives hope as well. Going forward, we'll have a speaker, Yana Khromiak. I don't know if I'm right with the surname. It's quite difficult. So project manager at the international House Vilnius. So they are the ones who are trying to help migrants to integrate better. What supports are available people relocating to Lithuania, right? Vilnius.
Yes, thank you very much. It's helping newcomers to make Vilnius home. So thank you very much. I'm very happy and pleased to be the speaker today, and thank you very much, Western Union, for inviting. What I'm also very happy about is that I see so many familiar faces, and I see so many communities that we also working with all the time, and I'm happy that many people already know International House Vilnius, what we're doing, how we help, what the services we have. But for those who don't, I have a really short video for you at the very beginning, so I will ask the technical team to play it. And then I will also go on. It's before, thank you very much. We should have tested it, right, before? Tell me if no, I can just go on, so we do not take much time. No? Okay. So, nonetheless, what I wanted to present was just our promo video. It's totally fine. We have it opened. It's not a secret. We have it open in our YouTube. Basically, I would like then to start telling more about the International House Vilnius and to continue with what we are also doing in International House Vilnius. So first of all, we are the common child of two public institutions, which is Go Vilnius and Invest Lithuania. So by fact, we are also a public project. We've been established 2 years ago. Just recently we celebrated 2 years birthday. Also, we had some events for our internationals in city, like the free photo shoot, and also just some small community events during the last week. And what was the purpose and what actually is the reason that International House Vilnius was created is, first of all, the bureaucracy, the migration parts, all the very scary, let's say, procedures when you're just a newcomer, when you do not know what are the institutions, what to go. So what we created in International House Vilnius is a one-stop shop institution, one-stop shop office where all internationals can come and get service also from different institutions. So let's say in our office we have the listed on my slide national organizations and institutions like VMI, Sodra, migration department that works for some specific cases of residences. Also we have employment service, and we are also located in the first floor of municipality, so it's also municipal services. So instead of running all the time all around the city and calling different hotlines, now all the newcomers can just come to our office and get all the services for free and at one place. So this concept is not new. There is also international houses in Finland, in Copenhagen, in Dubai, in different places all around the world, and it's proved to be very successful. But it's not enough, you know, so the national institutions, they do consult on different topics, and in our office, by the way, all the specialists speak in English and in Russian language, two most required languages in Lithuania, and all of them know the peculiarities specifically for international people. So, but it's still not enough, and we have different also consultations that we provide for free, and anyone can schedule a meeting, and we can consult also on matters of education, also driving, how to buy a car, register a car. You can't imagine, we have so many questions, like even tourism questions. Also, we have Tourist Information Center, and we always advise to go and consult. But still, we are getting sometimes, oh my God, I'm coming from UK, I don't know where should I buy the new plugger, please help. So basically there is too many questions, and we have this category first steps in Lithuania, and we are trying to do our best, and for now we have only one consultant, but who knows, maybe we will grow even more. What else it is that we're doing? We have the second part of our project, which is aimed for the integration. So if all the first in-work office we have actually directed to bureaucracy and the migration, the national services. The second part of our project that I'm mainly working with is the integration part. And we've already done many things. So let's say one of the things that we usually do is individualized presentations. You can always see us in all universities each new semester. We are having the survival guide, we call it, for all newcomer students. And we're usually telling all kind of necessary information and the first steps, like what are the shops, where to go, what to see, how to use public transport, what is the Lithuania, some basic survival level of Lithuanian language, etc. We also provide special presentations for big companies, as we also work with international companies. Western Union is one of those. And we usually also provide on-site specific consultations to employees if there is a request and need. What is the second thing what we also doing is the online workshops and guides, and we have already many of them in our YouTube. We've filmed in English, Russian, and Ukrainian language different guides. Let's say how to drive in Lithuania, the change driver license, what is the social security, what is your legal right, where to go if there's any labor discrimination, let's say. And we also have some soft topics. Let's say what is a workplace culture in Lithuania, how to apply for a job, where to look for opportunities. And usually we invite different speakers from who are the experts from the field and film the workshops. Let's say we've just heard what is really important to work with families. So this year we also had even the big spouse program, and we had specifically designed workshop for spouses of the employees of different companies operating in Vilnius, just for them also to see what are the opportunities to grow, even without knowing Lithuanian sometimes. Since it's a hard language, right? I'm also a foreigner trying to learn, but it's a hard thing, let's say. And the guides, we have many guides, and let's say we have different products. This is one of the recent products we have released. It's a relocation guide to all the newcomers, and this is a full digital book with all kind of information, how to start a business, how to operate with individual activity, how to register your kid to kindergarten, and all different type of guides. We have also on our website not only this one, but some particular, specifically detailed information. We also have, let's say, a special section on LRT English, and each month we publish useful information and practical information, like how to open a bank account, what does it mean to be self-employed, and how does it work. The next thing what we also do is the practical excursions. And practical excursions, I would say, it's also a legacy of International House Vilnius. We do it for 2 years already, and we provide free of charge excursions for all newcomers and to all international people in Vilnius. And why it's called practical, it's because we do not just tell what is the history of Lithuania, why there are so many churches in here, you know? But we also are trying to present all the information. What is the political system of Lithuania? What the president does is this amazing building. What is the shared vehicles in a city you can use? What are the theaters in foreign language you can go and enjoy the art? What is the museums, and etc., etc. So during our guided tour, we also have this kind of information. And now on 9th of December, we will also have the next special edition for winter excursion, and telling also how locals and also internationals celebrate winter in Vilnius. What else is that we do and what we have is as well Lithuanian language courses. It's the trendy, the most hot topic. We heard a lot about Lithuanian language courses, so we're also trying to satisfy that need. Usually we do it in a cooperation with the project Speak, and the system is that they are giving us as the volunteers, and we are also providing the premise and all the necessary infrastructure for internationals to learn for free of charge the Lithuanian language, but of course it's always a challenge, let's say, to find the volunteers who would dedicate time for free of charge and teach Lithuanian language for international. So in case for those who are watching us on live right now, who's now in the audience, if you would like to volunteer and contribute, you're always welcome, contact us. And we also all the time sharing all the opportunities, let's say Jungtinių Tautų, employment services, having language courses, we always share it, and we're always open to share any opportunities to learn the language through our digital channels as well. The next thing, and very important one, what we have is career fairs. We already had 3 of them, and I'm very happy that we always have Western Union also participating, a big international company. I'm not sure will it work or no, but I have a video just to show you how it is and how we usually have it. Okay, I just heard, I'm sorry. So it's again on our YouTube, and our career fairs is specially designed only for international people to participate. And when we just started this concept and we started to approach company like, hello, we're International House Vilnius and we would like to have the career fair only for international people. We at first heard, who are those people? Some students, full-time Erasmus. How will you target them? So we had non-understanding what it is 2 years ago. And now I'm very happy because we had already 3 career fairs. This year we had 26 companies joining from not only international companies, but also very niche ones, smaller companies. And we had around 300 participants. And the good news that now we are preparing one more career fair, also designed for international people in Vilnius, and it will air in February. The next thing, very important, especially to me, is I'm mainly working with community building and networking events. That is what we do and what is our, let's say, a baby in International House Vilnius we care about the most. This is a community building and integration events. We do it in different formats. Let's say sometimes it's super small groups. For example, we had a series of different workshops with a psychologist on stages, how to adapt, and what does it mean to integrate. So I would like to stop on this and just to give a key takeaway, because we've heard a lot about integration, what does it mean to integrate, how to integrate internationals. And the key takeaway, what we have as a lesson learned from these groups that we had also with our amazing internationals in Vilnius and our psychologists, is that integrate means to fuse. So I will explain. Integrate means that you bring your own culture and you also learn Lithuanian culture. So let's say you celebrate Christmas with your tradition, but you're also getting some bits of Lithuanian ones. This is what does it mean to integrate. You know the new language, but you do not also forget your traditions, your language, and you bring your culture. And this is about the diversity and internationally open-minded Vilnius. We were also doing different community building events, and the most be proud, and I also had a video, but let's pretend that we watched it. Thank you very much. No offense, it's totally fine with the technical team. So we also had the biggest festival this year, which is called Vilnius is my city. That was our second festival to all internationals in Vilnius. And the concept behind this is that everyone who's living in city, no matter where you're coming from, you must be Vilnietis or Vilnietė. And you can say, Vilnius is my city. We had a small also campaign in a city telling that every ninth citizen of Vilnius is a foreigner. That is a key takeaway. And I'm very happy with this festival, as we had 2,000 participants this year from 76 different countries. I placed it on the map, and it's incredible. It's really diverse, and Vilnius is very inclusive already now. It's still on the way, but it's already inclusive. And by the end of this presentation, what else I would like to talk about is the data analysis that we do in International House Vilnius. We each year having the talent survey, and we doing the research on the student satisfaction, our expert satisfaction in the city. And the numbers you can see is that first there is 73,000 plus internationals living in Vilnius, and the number is totally changes all the time, each month, and that's why I have plus. But for this month, let's say it's 73,612 internationals that declared their place of residence in the Vilnius, which means we do not count, let's say, exchange students in this number. These are only those who are actually living and declare the place of residence in Vilnius. So each ninth resident of Vilnius is a foreigner. It's a very big number. Also, we are counting surely how many customers we serve in International House Vilnius. Usually it's 1,000 plus customers per month, but we do not count the random comments. We also have the hotline, we also have the email, and only those who scheduled the meeting for a special consultation, the 35,000 customers we already served for the 2 years. And many of them also visited events. And the most important question that we had also in the survey is, how are you satisfied with Vilnius? So it's a very big survey. In case anyone would like to have some results, we can also share it always. And now the satisfaction rate of all the expats living in Vilnius is 4 out of 5. And the next key takeaways that I would like also to share at the end of my presentation is why International Law Vilnius. So one is the access to the education, to the universities, to colleges. We have very positive feedback about education and the system, the programs in English. In Lithuania. The second is also the private healthcare and private schools. It's a very high rate for education for kids as a healthcare. Just for, let's say, public healthcare services and schools, it's average. It's not that bad, but surely on the top we have the private healthcare and private schools, especially different schools like Ukrainian private schools, Belarusian, etc. And the third place we are also very happy about it is the business development opportunities, and also we have in the Go Vilnius project called Vilnius Tech Fusion, and they are constantly working on attracting new and new investors and new talents, and Work in Lithuania is also doing a great job on it. So the business development opportunities are also a great achievement for Vilnius and greatly rated. And we have also areas for improvement. The key takeaways from the surveys that we had is that the number one problems that all internationals facing in Lithuania, in Vilnius, is the driving, changing and obtaining the driver license, the traffic jams sometimes. We have sometimes even like really big open comments with different situations. So this is also our KPI for the next year, trying to facilitate the interest and also to do what is possible to ease the obtaining and changing the driver license and the registration of car. The second is to integrate into Lithuanian communities. So let me get clear that for the foreigner communities, it's very easy to integrate. It's very easy to find friends from also some other country. And I really don't like the stereotype, right? But there still exists that it's very hard to mingle with Lithuanians. We believe that the problem is not that Lithuanians are cold. They are not cold, it's only weather. But we think that the key problem is that we need to create more platforms where they can meet. So let's say our festivals that we just had and all our events, we always invite locals, and we always promote that this is also for Lithuanians, and we also have our digital ads for Lithuanians targeted. Mainly now we have those who have a spouse, a foreigner, but still we see the tendency that more and more people would like to join, and also to have a friend from some other different countries. So it's a really good tendency, and we will surely have the next festival as well next year, and we will not stop. The last thing is support learning Lithuanian, but I think it's not a new thing. We already spoke about it a lot, and it's a great thing that we will have more and more initiatives, I think, especially after these events, to support learning Lithuanian language. That was it from me, and thank you very much for listening. And these are the contacts, so just in case, let's stay in touch. Thank you very much.
That was extended and nice, and I was thinking, it's like in the past I used to think International House Vilnius was me, a person, you know, like there is a problem, Iskandar, do you know where to go to find this and that? And then you guys get paid for it. I did it all for free, so okay, but thank you very much. I think it will ease my life as well, so that's
thank you very much also for the exceptional job.
Thank you. So going forward, I think there are so many takeaways, but one of them is this: Lithuanians are not cold. Just foreigners are too friendly in the beginning. I think I think we all agree. So in my experience, the beginning was that, right? You come to a country, and I arrived in winter, so you can imagine everyone is grumpy. You know, today that might be the case for me as well. So. And then you start to understand. You try to understand why it is that. Is that me? Because you take it personal, right? It's like you are smiling, and then people are pushing you at the bus, you know, trying to enter. And then you say, atsiprašau, and they say, nieko, it's okay, as if you are saying, I'm sorry, you know? So there are so many miscommunications in the beginning. But looking back, 16 years, you know, it's fun to remember. So our next event is going to be a panel discussion. So it's going to be about employers' practices to attract and keep diverse migrant talent. And the person who will be moderating this will be Rugilė Trumpytė. Rugilė, where are you? Here you go, Labas. So Rugilė is the founder of Lithuanian Diversity Charter as well. They've done a great job all this time, I think the third year this year, in changing the employees' treatment towards different group of people, not only migrants, but also people with disabilities. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Eskadar. Good to see you. Long time no see. It's great to see every single one of you. So I think it's my turn to introduce the speakers and the panelists today. So I'd like to invite everyone. So it's Yana Khromiak from Western Union. She is an HR leader here. Vaida Rimkūnė, an employee experience manager at Danske Bank, and she is also the coordinator of its D&I Council. Brigita Borisevičienė, HR operations lead at Union Lietuva. I saw you dancing on TV.
Yes.
Yes.
I was.
And we also have Gintarė Narkevičiūtė Jurgelionė, expert in finance and investment, head in Lithuania and Latvia at iFuture Investments. Personally, I'm very glad that Western Union organized this panel. It's very timely, very relevant. As you all know from today's program, that the number of people, foreigners coming to Lithuania is increasing every year. And that was the fact even the war in Ukraine broke out. So we see that the job seekers are becoming more diverse. The market is different. The question is how the companies and employers are reacting. From Lithuanian Diversity Charter perspective, we see that there is a growing interest to hire foreigners, but also there are some concerns. Our data shows that 98% of companies that hired foreigners were satisfied with their work and would like to continue hiring them again. But in most cases, they do not know where to find those people and usually rely on personal recommendations from their current employees. So in case you consider hiring foreigners as well, this panel is for you. We have 4 very different perspectives and experiences, and we'll talk about every single one of them. And I'd like to start with Western Union, the host of today. I'm not sure, but my guess would be that you're likely the most diverse company in Lithuania when it comes to nationalities and ethnicities. And before coming here, I checked your website. And now I know that 24% of your staff is foreigners and that you speak 25 different languages. That's impressive even just to read about it. But could you walk us through your company's DNA and how this kind of diversity brings added value to your company?
All right. Oh, thank you for the mic. Thank you for the question. And
Yes, we are proud of those statistics as well. I think I can talk about it for hours. You mentioned that we speak 25 languages. We actually serve our customers in 25 languages, but if to count how many languages we do speak as employees, and you heard the number floating around a couple of times today that we have more than 60 nationalities present here. So probably even more languages. I would say, I don't know, we don't have probably a competition, official competition in Lithuania for most diverse company. But again, I think it's working here, it's a real feeling that you are working for a global company. Because it's real, because you meet people, you talk to people, and you feel that presence. And talking about our company's DNA, I mentioned in the beginning, and you heard our Chief Operations Officer talking, Andrew, that our business is basically serving our customers who left their countries. We don't like the word migrant. We would rather talk about it aspiring population, aspiring people, because they left their countries there, for the reasons probably looking for a better future. Maybe they were forced to leave the country. And our business is remittance, money transfers. Of course, we are branching into digital as well, omni-channel. But again, our main client base are people who left their homes for their children, for themselves, for other opportunity. And having employees and colleagues who maybe went through a similar story, it's easier to have empathy for your clients. It is very important. You might be working maybe in so-called back office operations. So, you are checking the transaction for compliance, and you see that someone is sending from UK 10,000 pounds to, for example, Philippines. Probably it's a savings of 5 years to pay for someone's house. So there is, again, behind that transaction, there's labor of love. And for us having such diverse population here in Vilnius, it's really helping us to connect with our customers better, because we need to keep earning that trust of our customers, because they send their hard-earned money. So I see that this diversity is so deeply connected with our business and what we stand for. And I think in future it will be more importantly so.
May I also ask about the vocabulary? I didn't plan to, but after hearing the term that you use, aspiring populations instead of migrants, this is what we work and think a lot, that words matter. But also this is the first case when I see this kind of shift. Was this something that you discussed internally, that this is a better one and the people feel themselves better when they're referred to in that sense? Maybe you could just share with us this kind of lesson.
Okay, so the story of aspiring people, right? The language that we use in Western Union actually started roughly a year ago when we revamped our business strategy and presented in front of investors. Our global CEO and the executive team started talking about it, and we started talking about our strategy from our customers. And that was an intentional decision to move away from the word immigrants or migrants, whichever term we use, to aspiring populations, aspiring people. I love the word aspiring. There's a lot of ambition to that, a lot of passion and drive.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. This is something to consider, and I'll have this in my mind as well in our future work, so thanks for sharing. I'd like to turn to Remi. I'm a Remi client, just not like professionally, but personally. Every time I'm in the shop, very often, in fact, I hear through the loudspeakers that our staff, our employees speak not only Lithuanian, but also Ukrainian and Russian. Now, professionally, I know that quite a lot of companies are resistant in hiring people who do not speak Lithuanian language, especially for the positions that require direct contact with the clients. And then you went on a totally different path. You hired people not speaking Lithuanian, and they're always in daily contact with customers. What's your experience with that?
Yeah, is it working? Yeah. Yeah, actually, I want to mention that we have lots of different languages in Rimis. We have employees from lots of countries, such as Turkey, Vietnam, Estonia, Belarus, Egypt, Israel, and others. But majority of employees, yeah, they are from Ukraine, and they are talking Russian and Ukrainian languages. As you mentioned, there are some restrictions for the language, and in Lithuanian law we have the requirement that employees who are working in service area, they should talk in Lithuania, and not only talk, but even to have the certificate of certain level of Lithuanian language. And government institutions are checking us, it's quite difficult. So our first foreign employees who were hired in Rimi, they were working only in production area where they didn't have any contact with the customers. But when the war in Ukraine started, the situation changed, and these people were released from this requirement, and we were able to hire them into lots of other positions. So currently we have Ukrainian employees working in cash desks and other positions as well. We are marking these places with the information boards where customers can see that here you can speak in Russian language. So customers can choose whether they want or are able to talk in Russian, or can choose another cash desk where a Lithuanian employee is working.
Did you have any hesitations? Did you have any fears before that? Now it works well. We all see those who come to the shop. But did you have any concerns before, and how did you search for solutions? What could work in the shop and how not to frustrate the customers and etc. So I believe that quite a lot of companies have those fears. We see from the research that we did. So what fears you had and how did you find them?
No, of course we had. It's customers are coming. No, usually they are Lithuanian, yeah, majority Lithuanian. They will ask, and if employee won't be able to answer, what we will do. No, our decision was this information boards that when you are coming to cash desk, you can already see, yeah, that here you can talk only in Russian, so you can choose another place. And of course, Lithuanian colleagues are helping our employees, and when they understand that they can't answer the question, they are asking to come Lithuanian employee and to help. But of course, we have sometimes complaints for the customers, and our society is not very patient, to be honest, yeah, and sometimes they are claiming that they didn't get the service in Lithuanian language, and I even remember one case when a customer was complaining that he felt forced to talk in Russian because of these information boards, and we were requested from the government institutions to adjust the text in information boards. So we're doing that. So no, we are learning on the way, I believe, and we're searching for the ways how to solve if some certain situation occurs.
The complaints that you're talking about, do they I don't know, consist like the negative ones consist a small part of all the complaints that you have, like those ones, or is this like a big problem that you're dealing with?
No, this is small. It's very rare cases, and I believe this is like angry customers which just had a bad day, you know, and very rare cases. But yeah, we are reacting and we're looking what we can do not to get such complaints and to not to lose these customers as well.
Yes.
Customers can choose another retailer very easy. Yeah, so.
Yeah, it's a good thing that the negative ones, that's only a small part. We also see with other diversity aspects, for instance, companies that decided to support LGBT community. I think it's important to mention here as well that there are always clients who say that they will turn away and you have those negative comments, but usually only a few. So I'm glad that in this aspect, that's the same story. Our future investments. So we talked about Remy, that they're hiring people from Ukraine. You're planning, you're now planning to start hiring them. Maybe you could tell us more to what positions, how many people, how this thought came. Just tell us your case.
Hello. First of all, I would really like to thank you for the Western Union for such a great initiative. It's because of you we are all sitting here and touching really important points for today. So Lithuania, for you, Rugilė, and particularly Lina Blažytė from Diversity Group. This is actually our main partner who is helping us in preparations and to prepare and to include all these people into our company's environment. So first of all, when I heard your question in the beginning, I was like, okay, just give me 5 hours and I'll squeeze in the topic. So there are just so many details, in it that, when it comes to preparations, it's just a lot. I'll comment very shortly on what iFuture Investments is doing. It's basically a financial consulting. So guess what? There's extremely, there are a lot of regulations that are there inside a company that are not only being important when you hire residents, non-Lithuanians, but for the Lithuanians themselves. So this is a very specific field where we have extra strict regulation, coming from the law, from the authorities, from Bank of Lithuania, different monitoring institutions. So the news is that we are already hiring, not only preparing. The first person who is our team leader of the international team based here in Vilnius is from Ukraine. She's someone who led the investment division in a couple of banks in Ukraine. And even think of that, for such a person who is already skilled, in most of the topics that we would discuss at work, she had to walk an extra mile, and she's still walking it. Because of the language barrier, because of the regulation that we have internally, and because of all of the other things that were mentioned in the previous panels. I'll not repeat myself. So basically, the language and the residency permit issue, or like the policies on how we issue the residency permits and for whom. Laura is smiling. So she is the first, and she's a team leader. In my belief, there is no team leader without a team, right? So our goal for the beginning is to recruit 10 people. There are no problems in finding professionals. There are problems in dealing with the existing regulation and how we can implement them into working society. So that's the most important thing. And the second thing is, how do we manage risks? Not only internally as a company, but how do we manage risks coming from the clientele? Think of the finance, right? So, there are many things related to not only such topics that we discussed before, like all the social inclusiveness, etc., but also who takes responsibility for these, the client's actions when he or she leaves Lithuania. That's also the question. Every medal has two sides, and also the curve going around here. So here I would also like to address the importance of the security risks, that are there, and especially in the finance sector. And this is something we have to talk about. I am someone who is always hyper-realistic. This is how I deal every day with each and every issue. And, there are two parts at the two sides of the medal. So basically, yeah, we are already hiring. We had to walk extra mile. It's been a year process to start with the first person, but we are there slowly, firmly, and we have to make sure that the service provided is, as professional as we are dealing with Lithuanian employees.
Okay, thank you. I have my microphone here. Oh, yeah. Just two follow-up questions on what you said, and thanks for sharing. You mentioned that you have the team leader now, but she needs the team. So 10 more people to hire. Are you looking only at people from Ukraine, or you're open to all the nationalities? What's your plan? And then on the preparations, you mentioned the regulations and how to implement them. So I wonder if this is the biggest challenge when it comes to you preparing to hire foreign nationals, is to implement the regulations. Do you have anything that's apart from this?
First of all, no, of course not. Of course, not only Ukrainian. It happened so that we found someone who is Ukrainian. With in heart, I'm Ukrainian myself, so I'm really happy that our team lead is from Ukraine. But we are open for each and every country. There is no internal rule in here. So aside from regulation, it's language. And when we spoke about the language before, and I'm aware of the programs that the government has installed or is starting to implement in the country, where we have to focus is actually the professional language. How to clean the house. They will learn such language, domestically. Yeah. Where we have to focus on is profession language. That's the most important and crucial skill that we have to make sure that we learn. And for the companies who are preparing or maybe thinking of hiring foreigners, I would totally agree with Laura in here. Be ready to invest. No one else will do this for you. So, being frontiers, and we like to think of ourselves that we are frontiers, leading in the financial consulting in Lithuania for 3 years in a row. You have to invest. No one else will do this for you. So if you want to have a quality worker, and we are only targeting the professional and skilled people, you will have to do that.
Yeah, so you will assist your colleagues, employees who do not speak professional, specific language. You'll help them learn this.
We are already.
Okay.
With the help of diversity group in here.
Okay, very nice. I remember Laura from the ministry once asked if companies are assisting foreigners and refugees to learn the language. So not necessarily, just looking at the context and the situation in Lithuania. So I'm really glad that you do. That's a very good example. So yeah, thanks. Vaida, Danske Bank is really vocal about its commitment to diversity. As we're talking now about hiring foreigners, maybe you could also let us know how many people you have if you collect this data, and how you recruit them. What's your story?
So the fun thing that we don't gather any information about ethnicity. And actually it raises the question, if we don't know how many foreigners exactly working in Danske Bank because we don't care whether it's Lithuanians, whether it's non-Lithuanians, or we don't know it because we don't care. So to answer this question, it's really a good stepping point for us, since we are from the next year, we're starting a new diversity and inclusion stream called Origins. And I think we will do more, we will talk more about foreign employees we have. Right now, we know that we have employees from 27 countries. And I think it's three large groups of people. So first is, of course, war refugees, Ukrainians mostly. So I'd like to share a couple of stories. I met this woman. She's a single mother, and we were lucky that she was working in a bank before and in quite similar position. So it's a clearly win-win situation. We have skilled employee, and she is able to support her family, to enjoy benefits that we provide to all the employees. She is able to raise her children here. But we all know that is not always the case. We had stories today. For example, my family was hosting a Ukrainian family, and the older woman, well, in her 40s, back in Ukraine, she was head of HR of big company, 800 employees, offices all around in Ukraine, but she didn't know any English. And as she was saying, I never planned to leave Ukraine to work or live elsewhere. To support data of Karolis provided today. So, of course, she couldn't find a job here. So she ended up working in a Maxima as a cashier. So it's, of course, better than nothing, but it's not the ideal. She could do more. Another group we have, it's, as we call them, love immigrants. So it's people who has their spouses, their partners here in Lithuania. And I met this woman from India. She met her future husband, Lithuanian, in London while studying and working there. And they decided to start family and to start it in Lithuania. And since she was very well received by his Lithuanian family, friends, she feel here in Lithuania quite good, because despite the cultural, social, climate differences between India and Lithuania, she feels really okay. And the third part is foreign students. So foreign students, I met this person, this young man from Libya, and he came here to study in Vilnius, in university in Vilnius. But, there's always but, he came here in the middle of the pandemics. And the same story we had already today. It was, we all remember, it was so isolating, it was hard, and just imagine being foreigner in a foreign country in the middle of the pandemics. It's nearly impossible to establish any social connection back there. So he started to work to look for a job. He started in the beginning here in Western Union, but very shortly after 3 months, I guess, something happened. His team was disformed, and he was laid off. He started in some startup, same story, something happened, economical situation at the time. He was laid off. Now he is working in our bank. And it happens, unfortunately, that he landed up in a team which is not very social, not very outgoing. And remote work doesn't help. And his type of job is very individual. So again, lots of opportunities to establish social connections. So he feels really, really isolated and lonely. And after being so unfortunate for almost 3 years, so it makes him wonder whether it's just bad luck, whether it's color of his skin, what's happening. So I think we have to work more on this issue to know more about our employees, and we're intending to do that. And actually, we gathered a lot of ideas here, so thank you.
You mentioned that you'll start this program next year, right? So just to keep in my and our calendars to ask how it's going in 2024. You also touched upon a very crucial thing that you discussed already today, the skilling of people. We have talents coming to work in Lithuania, and they're working, for instance, as cashiers, something you mentioned. So bringing and recruiting them to your team, also could have some challenges. Some of them mentioned. I want to ask you about one everyday thing, about the language. We heard so many times that if we hire a foreigner, even if our language is English, for instance, we are an international company, but in team meetings we speak Lithuanian. It's just more comfortable. And then there is this wish not to change that, to continue. Did you have those kind of challenges in your company, and what's your experience?
Well, to be honest, unfortunately we do. Even though our way of working is the same as, well, we are working as any international company would work. Our work language, our communication language is English, but on the micro level, team level, it's not possible for us to control that. So I heard stories that unfortunately, even in the hiring process, we don't want you because we are all Lithuanian team or all Danish team, and we don't want to change that. However, we encourage people to, if we are positioning ourselves that we are inclusive company with an inclusive culture, and we have to make this extra mile. Especially, it's not the new skill you have to learn. You already talk in work environment in English. So, I must agree that we have the same one.
It's good that you recognize it, and you already know that this challenge persists. So the next step, just to solve it, the easy part. I've just checked the time of the discussion, so I'd like to ask one more final question to all of you. The title of this discussion is about the practices, and something that we could take out from this conversation, bring back to our teams. So maybe you could mention one or two practices that really worked well in Western Union, Danske, Remea, future investments, that you think it's worth considering implementing elsewhere, maybe a tiny detail. It could be anything, but just to share with the colleagues from other companies. Maybe starting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I will quickly mention two. One is, as an advice, know your basics. So, probably all the companies have a certain team in HR. So in order to onboard employees who are not Lithuanians that are relocating, know your migration process as well and be ready to support, because devil is in the details. So we have a lot of examples when there are long queues to get a visit in Vilnius migration department, and then we give advice. Perhaps you go to Telšiai, it's a little bit farther away, but they got this service, impeccable English, all went smooth and all right. Another quick one, I think, it's a testament to the traditions that we have in Western Union, is engaging employees into keeping the diversity inclusion agenda. So this event probably wouldn't happen for our diversity and inclusion committee. So have people who are passionate about it, and they will champion it and make it real. It will make it real. Your policies are your, foundation, your walls, your roof of your house, but what it makes home, it's heart and human connections.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A very practical tip, go to Telšiai. Yeah, this is something to have in mind. Just to know the map, yeah? Žemaitija, great. Thank you.
Great tip indeed. Well, I think all the mentioned before, but what we do, we try to, not to get tired of reminding ourselves and others that we must to take this extra step. We must do better. So what I am proud about that all our events, even not very big, but not very official events, they are held in English. I mean, even in our contracts with our suppliers, gym, canteen, whatever, there is a clause that they must speak English. So to be able to communicate with all our employees. And I guess this is really important. This is really makes them feel, welcome, that they are not a burden, that somebody will have to translate, and so on and so on. Also, I think small things like we saw this surprise you made for us. So we also appreciate our cultural differences, and we celebrate. I forgot the exact name, Cultural Differences Day, how it's called, on May 12th. So we have this still the video from that, which is rolling internally, and we were asking our foreign employees what is unique about your culture. I love that video. It's so inspiring and so nice. And I think if you are Colombian and you see your colleague talking what is unique about Colombian culture, is really, well, nice to your heart.
Yeah.
To celebrate diversity.
And very nice to ask people directly what they want and what they like. Yeah, that's a very good advice as well. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I would mention a few things, small things maybe, yeah, but what we did in our stores, we were organizing breakfast of nations, and all people were included. They can cook their national dishes, yeah, and then they are sharing. And our Lithuanian employees really likes that. They are very interesting in different cultures, in their traditions. They are learning their languages, and they even celebrating Ukrainian national holidays. I heard that in one store. Yeah, so very, very interesting. Our people are involved, but we need to help them to be involved a little bit. So we are helping to organize. And you know, one more thing, but maybe I would like to share that not to be afraid to hire such employees. You know, in Rimi we have not only different languages and different peoples, we have people with hearing disabilities. Somehow we are communicating with them. So yeah, no, this is kind of a similar thing. So everything can be solved. You just need to think, how can you adjust things, information boards, cards, you know, I don't hear that customers could understand, and so on. So just move your mind, you know, and you will find solutions. So there are lots of good ideas, and when the people are involved, yeah, the recommendation to have the team, yeah, at least few people in the company who are involved and passionate about this topic, and things will be done, you know, will be going.
Thank you. So a good point that engaging initiatives, see them and continue doing, and also address the individual needs, also see them, and it's manageable to address them. Yeah, so thanks.
Sure.
Okay, please.
She's still part of my answer, but I still have more in the basket. So that's very personal from, you know, my own personal experience in hiring Victoria and Olga. We already have two. So first of all, be patient. You know, be patient. They're slower. They'll need to learn more things. You know, it's patience. It's extremely important. It's crucial. When you hire, when you decide, you basically make a decision. Stick to it. And then there is only one left, only one thing left for you. Get ready to be positively surprised when these people open up. When you open up, when we create you the environment to actually show your skill, because workplace for me is, you know, about actually showing a skill, about the added value that we can create for the community and for the clientele. So, you know, just be ready to be positively surprised. That's my personal experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know that 43,000 people are watching this discussion today online. Very much hope that you took some advices, something that you could adapt and bring back to the offices. Thank you, everyone, for participating. That's all from this panel, and thanks for joining.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rugilė, and thank you all the companies who are integrating and including migrants into their workplaces, and for all the efforts you are doing. So from my part, I will give you a little bit of story of who I am and why I'm standing here. My name is Iskandar. I'm Ethiopian, currently as well a Lithuanian citizen. I came here 16 years ago, so it's been a while. I think the system, the country, companies have gone such a long way in order for us to stand here and to discuss inclusion. So coming to Lithuania, I came here in 2007. I was resettled from Malta to Lithuania. I came with my daughter on hand. She was 2 months old. Today, she is very much Lithuanian, just like her classmates. Her language is Lithuanian. She reads a lot in that. And it says, I'm proud that I managed not to exclude her from the community and then for her to feel part of it. And also, I raised 2 more boys, which they are happy and they call this place home. Because today we're talking a lot about employment and migrants in there, so I fall into the category of an employer. I have a business which is coffee processing. I import, roast, and distribute coffee. And currently, I also run 2 physical spots, which is one is a bar, the other one is a coffee place, a coffee shop. And there is a lot of social element to it, you know. Maybe in future, it will be the norm. But today, it has a social element. The coffee place, which I opened 2 years ago, is going to celebrate the 2nd anniversary this Saturday. It is in the House of Histories, which is a museum and which is very important place for Lithuanians and also for people who enjoy their freedom because Lithuania is a free country. So in the House of the Signatories, the Museum of the House of the Signatories, we hold a lot of events which is related to foreigners as well. Thank you. So that used to be home. So home in the world, I just felt like, okay, this is the dot, and then you zoom out, and then I'm in another place today. So this is a very nice example of the opening of the bar. When we opened the bar, there were like 3 of us, 3 employees. So an Ethiopian, and then we have a Brazilian working there, and a Lithuanian guy. And today, the nationalities have become so diverse that that place used to be a home to Ukrainians, Eritreans, US citizens, Iranian, Syrian, a person from Tortola, an island in Caribbean, a Brazilian, Ethiopian, Guinean, Belarusians, and Lithuanians. So this is when you don't have condition for employees, you know? Anyone who has the willingness, it's not even the talent to do that, but the willingness to learn, manage to enter, to learn something, and for us also to get from their culture and their personal stories something, and they have given to the clients as well. And so we are that big. We are less than 20 people working there. So this is a casual Monday. Casual Monday. Casual Monday. I don't know how many nationalities there are. It seems homogeneous, you know, but because of the color. But there are plenty of nationalities in there. I don't know. We have Argentinian, Brazilian, some Spanish, French friends. So this community is called GGI, Girl Gone International, and they are also on Facebook. So anyone could could join them, and especially in your workplaces, you have plenty of foreign citizens who are female. So they are beautiful in that, you know, it is. It's not an institution, but they're very much like International House of Vilnius, all right? But here, it's just a person who would be taking turns, and they organize their own meeting. Every Wednesday, there is a knitting. Stitch and bitch is the subject. That's what they call it, stitch and bitch. So anyone with knitting thing, with stitching thing, they come together, and we have a back room, and they kind of share their experience as foreigners. They are from different areas of life. Some of them educators, like teachers, some of them from different walk of life, and they meet up here. So for me, it was very, very important to open a space which is not only business, but it would have a social element, because for me, to be able to integrate myself to the society, I needed a community, and so it is part of that. So the other thing, I didn't manage to put it there, but my friend Lena is here. She has done a beautiful thing since the war broke out in Ukraine. One day she just asked me, Iskandar, your second cafe, can we use it every Saturday? And you know, I know what she was doing in the past with the integration of foreigners, and there was no question asked, and I'm like, yes, you are welcome. When I say yes, you're welcome, I didn't know that we will not fit the people, the Ukrainians who come to the cafe, like fully, because we have to borrow tables and chairs from the House of History, a museum, a young museum, but open and amazing space, that we could borrow tables and chairs, and there is no place for my clients actually to come and have coffee on Saturday morning. So I really appreciate what you do, but for me as a foreigner and also a refugee, it was very, very important to do the business, which will give back to the society in a different way. And we don't advertise anywhere, and people just find her, and the plenty of volunteers who are working for no pay, they come and give Lithuanian language courses to the foreigners who come to that cafe every Saturday from all the year from 11 till 12:30. So it's like 1.5 hours of joy of giving. So this is Iskandar Coffee Bar. So why I'm doing, why community? So when I came to Lithuania, the first thing I did was I found myself a community which spoke my language. And at that moment, what I spoke was football, not Lithuanian language. So I found a group of these guys, they are not ladies, but I found ladies, football club, which was Žalgiris, and they were my first entry point to Lithuanian culture, because they spoke what I spoke, and we spoke football, and it didn't need a lot of words. And then through that, I managed to travel with them to other parts of Lithuania. And I think the first place we went to was to Ukmergė, because Ukmergė had one of the strongest teams in female football at that time. And then afterwards, of course, I continued playing with men amateur group. So that is on the other picture. And in the other side, you see, this is my power female team. We were celebrating the birthday of my friend, who is in leopard print, Igna. But also with her, we are in another community called Vilnales Pankai. I don't know, for people who are from Vilnius. So we started it five seasons ago. Igna started swimming, and then she invited 2 of her friends, and then now we are like more than 2,500 people on Facebook. And we are doing ice dipping throughout the year, but especially in winter, and that became the thing which keeps us together. It's very, very, very important to find your people, to find your company, to find your friends out of work as well. A company could do so much, but what you could do on your own is plenty. And just like Laura said, the way to the Lithuanian's heart is through the language. So once you learn that, you'll be able to communicate not only with people of your age, but also people who are from different age group, different cities as well. So at home in the world, I feel in Vilnius. I love the city. It is my city, and I feel I belong. And I feel I belong because I'm able to do what I love and to give what I could, and to give what I could bring from my culture, which is the best coffee culture in the world, maybe the only one coffee culture. And what I do in companies is I bring my coffee ceremony set. I set up everything. I roast the coffee from the green beans to the cup, and then I tell them the story. And then I tell the story of the importance of being together, sitting on one table, and then having the dialogue. Because my kind of rebellion today is I don't go out on the street to ask for migrant right or refugee right or women right. I give first, and then through giving, people lend me their ears, and then I tell them who I am. And then that way, I pave the way for the others who are coming. So thank you very, very much for giving me the chance to host today. But also, I want to invite my friend Jesus to say maybe the closing word. So thank you.
Okay. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you to all the volunteers who participated today. Thank you for all who attended. And also thank you for the speakers. This is because of you. At the end of the day, we're just the messengers, but the message is in you. So it has to be going through you. And I want to use this opportunity today, 16th of November, is the International Day of Tolerance. So it is very important. I'm a foreigner myself. Nothing to hide. So at the end of the day, we are all somehow migrants. We might be migrants of lot, my case, but we might be migrants also for different reasons. The importance is at the end of the day, we're all humans. So treat everyone as a human being. Respect everyone as a human being. And that's it. Doesn't need to be additional adjective. It's just a human being. So that's it. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're done for today, and you don't have to go home yet. There are some snacks on the table. Have coffee.